Guys, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, like I said, we got a little bit of a fruit fly issue. Not sure where they're coming from, but let me make a sandwich here and talk to you guys. I at least wanted to go live because it took me a while. So I did try to go live right away. Like when I said, like it was like right away. And of course I could not. I was just spinning. Not sure what happened there, but we'll make a sandwich and we'll get to our normal sort of setting. I'm just stupid hungry at this point. Stupid hungry. Get clean! Hurry up! I'm hungry! Dry off! Hurry up! I don't know, should I have you guys like here? You can see what I'm doing better? How's that? How's that? I go like this. I must preheat. No, I'm not preheating. I'm freaking just turning on the burner. That's what I'm doing. Why would I be preheating? Preheat. Preheat your mom. So I'm doing sort of a grinder here. Oh yes. I kept touching my phone. I did wash my hands, but then I was like touching my phone. So I'm gonna make a grinder and then we're gonna talk a little bit about the shit I put in the title. About the stuff I put in the title is what we're gonna discuss. Why I put that in the title. That's what we're gonna talk about. Yeah. Hold on. Kick up through. We've got to make a video for Suffice to Say soon. I've got to do an upload for him. I bought Thief You like Steve. Favorite game. Thief 1998. So I got that. I got to do an epilogue for him. Because we cannot live stream this. That's right. We cannot live stream it. What's up, guys? How's everyone doing? Thank you all for hanging out in that last stream, too. I really appreciate that. A lot of people were hanging out in the last stream. A lot of people came in to be supportive. 365 brought some peeps in. Thank you so much for doing that. I really, really appreciate that. We got some new subscribers, too. Thank you so much for all the new subscriptions. And thank you 365 again for bringing them in here. All right, so I'm just gonna. Oh boy, I've got to actually. I'm not gonna cook the meat very long. It's really just to sort of brown it slightly on the edges. Just me there. Just a regular potato sandwich grinder here. So like potato bread. Nothing too special. Mm-hmm. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. What's up, guys? Thank you so much for stopping in. Appreciate it. Right. Brown that a little bit. Oh, it smells good. Oh, it smells good. It smells good. Good. Yeah, it smells good. Screw it. I'll need tongs. Alright. Now I don't want that meat grease on my sandwich bread. So we've got to remove that first. I don't have another pan. You know, I don't have like all these pans to be using like the pros or anything. So I'm just gonna remove the grease from the pan that the meat caused, because again we don't want that grease in the pan. And then that way it helps me clean off the grease off the burner anyway. Well, just a little bit, a little spatter. Okay, now I'm just gonna align my meat. Now I will put 2 pieces of cheese, 2 pieces of Freaking sharp cheddar. Freaking sharp cheddar. Okay. I need a lid. I need a lid is what I fucking need. That looks easy to clean right now. Must clean the lid. Didn't find a lid like a moron. I am a moron for not finding the lid. Dumb. There we go. Clean the lid. That did clean. The lid. Drop the lid. I hope y'all got a kick out of that. Quality content here. Alright. Let's slap that down. And it's gonna bounce right the fuck up. Butter. Butter. Oh. Oh yes, butter. People probably, what the hell is this? I'm just gonna melt that with the lid. Oh, this is Martin's, by the way. You get the fucking fruit flies, man. Get the got the traps down. Where are you coming from? Okay. Stupid. Oh. I may or may not need the butter again. Not need these. Yeah. Let's see. Proper spatula. There's never any good spatulas anymore. You need a friggin' spatula. Oh, that is beautiful. That is exactly how I want it. Anybody else like it like just a slight bit crisper than this? I just like it a little bit crispier. That nice crisp. It's not black. It's just it's just, you know, it's got that brown. Just a little bit more. You know, it's funny, you know, when you're younger, at least for me, I liked it the other way around. Boy, that cheese melted. That is for sure. Just waiting. Not trying to push it too hard. Bread's easy to burn, of course. A little longer. Always hot water. Scalding hot water. Never cold. You know, right after, otherwise you'll warp the pan. Always hot. Always, always, always. Scalding hot, too. Yeah, like as hot as it will go. If you're one of those people, you gotta clean that pan right away. Always, always, always. Very, very hot water. Scalding hot. I guess I'm done anyway. Okay. This in here. Oh man, I totally forgot about my. Oh shit, my bad. Sorry. I totally forgot about my energy drink. I put it down. So how do I do this? How am I gonna... I can't pick it up. I'm gonna drop it. It's so hard to pick up. Like, two other things in my hands. Okay. Here we go. I don't hold it upward, so I hope I don't hit any buttons. Yeah. So, sandwich. It'll do. Could use a piece of tomato. It's fun to get a little air in there. Okay. So let's talk. Okay, so I want to start with my, opinion, basically, the obvious title. and also why it matters, like why I'm talking about this. So, I've been compared before. We're talking about now Gordon Ramsay. My opinions, my feelings about Gordon Ramsay. Um, and why do we care about that? So basically, I've heard this comparison before, because I expect so much. I've talked about restaurants and like declines and things like that, and obviously about video games, companies in general, just sort of a modern laziness, if you will. So obviously people have made those comparisons, and so. And obviously, I've mentioned him a couple of times too. Um, so yeah, I watch. I've have watched many times. Hell's Kitchen. I watched Kitchen Nightmares, Hotel Hell, all kinds of stuff. Um, but I've also watched like B Bobby Flay and Guys Grocery Games and all kinds of other stuff too. Uh, I respect and appreciate Gordon Ramsay as a person. I respect him greatly. I think he has earned that respect, and the reason he's earned that respect is literally by proving that he is the best at what he does, and just basically single-handedly, guiding countless people, into the business and giving them the tools that they need. So, what are my opinions on him? I do respect him. There is another part of that though, where I don't necessarily agree with the way he says things, and I don't necessarily agree with the way he goes about things all the time either. I do agree that some people have, deserved the response that he gave them, whether it be verbally or whatever. Um, but I also think that there are plenty of times where he definitely caused more of an emotional response and a problem for this person, just because of the way he went about saying the things that he did in front of other people. If that makes sense, almost like that he's now embarrassed this person, and that actually does have an impact on the brain psychologically, to be embarrassed publicly and stuff like that. You a normal response, it might not necessarily happen. So depending on the person, to be perfectly honest, if you pull everybody in there, and this person's in front of these people, and demands a lot of respect and stuff like that, and then you're even kind of sort of admitting to it. Yeah, all right, it falls on me. He's like pulling the mold out and stuff like that. But then he continues. He goes. Yeah, but it's still here. What the blah? And he's like still yelling at them and stuff like that. Almost like what is that designed to do? Instead of pulling this person aside, it just seems like there are times where it's an exaggeration for drama, and at the same time, he actually has done it so much, I think, at this point, that he does become frustrated now. So he does react this way. So, do I necessarily agree with the reactions every time? No, definitely not. Um, all right, so for example, I love Gordon Ramsay. He's helped so many people. But like, he'll sit there and stand there, and basically just humiliate somebody in front of everybody. And while sometimes this is what a person needs, and they'll even admit that at times, uh, sometimes it has this lashback negative effect, and then he ends up sort of either not helping the person, or like it just has like a real lasting effect that causes like some sort of chain reaction thing where they just butt heads the whole time he's there. Um, to help them or whatever it is, like he's doing or something like that. Um, there's been times where I wondered if on Hell's Kitchen, because he's screaming and punching a table and stuff like that, some of these people just really don't respond to anger very well, and they're just now stressed out, and they're trying to blame everybody else and cause drama and stuff like that. So the idea there on Hell's Kitchen is to basically cause that drama to see who reacts the most maturely. So while I might agree that they agree to be there on Hell's Kitchen and that's the point of that show, I don't necessarily agree that this is going to have the same effect when you're going out to help other people in their own businesses and stuff like that. Um, I was trying to think. So like, there's like specific examples. I'm gonna like slate. I'm just trying to think of exactly when and what was said and stuff like that. Um, Hold on, let me finish my. I'm trying to like talk, but also I haven't finished my sandwich yet. It's not bad. So, there's times there's times when all right, so like Gordon will be standing there and he'll say something genuinely really funny. And he's adding hilarious drama to the situation while embarrassing the person. And then somebody laughs. And then he's like, well, I'm glad you think it's funny. But, yeah, you can't tell a joke and then try to say that the person shouldn't fucking laugh at it. That's a little backhanded, dude. And at the same time, you're the one laughing at them. Calm down a little bit with that. Like, somebody wants to laugh, just calm the fuck down a little. That's where I'm a little bit weird with him, because like he's so it's very controlling when if somebody laughs at something, he just like shoots to the roof. You can see his mood just immediately is like a switch when somebody laughs at something he just said as a joke. Like he's kind of like, he's like, it looks like a steamroller went over it, and you found it in the gutter with flies on the bottom of it. You know, like something like he's literally saying funny stuff, and somebody laughs, and like he literally like picks on them. I'm glad you think it's funny. Blah blah blah. It's like, you literally just told a joke, dude. Calm down. He's laughing at your joke. So that's where he does let the drama get a little bit too extra at times, I think. And then this, like causes, like I said, the chain reaction. I think if he was just sort of kind of willing to let that slide, he doesn't have to acknowledge it. There are other ways to handle that. Yeah, like completely disregard that he laughed, and walk into that walk-in and grab something else and show it to him and be like, here, throw this away. Be proactive. Like, just, it's obviously for just a little bit of drama, and so, like, I don't know, I love the man. He's helped so many people, and I respect him a lot. And like when he goes off about something where it's gross negligence, I completely agree. He comes in. All right, what's a good example? Okay, the guy that ended Hotel Hell. That guy. Y'all probably know who I'm talking about if you watch it and you watch that show. You probably know who I'm talking about. There's all that drama and stuff. That guy. The guy who basically... Juniper Hill. That freaking guy. That guy deserves every ounce of rage that Ramsay has left in his body. That guy is... Wait, you're crazy if I was leaving the church since the one say, damn, dude. I'm sorry, man. I saw that like you text me, but there's like I said, I can't answer. I'm sorry, man. Well, like just keep reporting. Don't worry about it. But you know, like it's a, you know not to listen to that though. That, yeah, I'm not trying to downplay it or anything. That's really very serious. But like, don't you know not to listen to it, man. It's crazy for sure. So if you guys remember the accounts from last stream and the chat and everything, apparently they're threatening him still and stuff and threads and all that. That's what he's saying. I would definitely make it then. They threatened him not to make the video. I would make whatever they. Yeah, I would do the opposite of that because you know. Right. Well, why would they care so much? If it's a matter, you know what I mean? Like, if they don't want you to make it, clearly they care a lot about what you're. You know, like they don't want you to put it up. There's suddenly 3 more people in here. But yeah, I love Gordon Ramsay. He's a cool guy, cool dude, cool guy. Really, really respectable. Like I said, Hell's Kitchen, they sign up for that. But the other stuff, yeah, like I said, sometimes it just gets a little much from him. Um, I was gonna reference something, but hold on, let's see what's going on. The video goes to the series, I believe. And then may as well take your time. Get it right. So a time like that's where like that's kind of my point is like there are so many times where like he's literally just yelling stuff at people and causing confusion. Some people, you know, that doesn't really translate. When he's helping them, it's not like Hell's Kitchen. But yeah, overall, I have a lot of respect for him, and yeah, for sure, basically, I can relate a lot to, the way he, the way he feels about a lot of things, because I feel the same way. I can't even. There's so many times where I've gone to a restaurant or a place where like I just wanted to buy some food, like to ready to eat food, and they just like delivered raw product to me, undercooked. Pretty much every time. So, um, I guess that pretty much covers it for Gordon Ramsay. As far as the other stuff, all right. So, as you guys know, as you guys know, um, well, maybe some of you do, some of you don't. Um, I had I had long hair when when I was younger, until I was a certain age. I had hair down to like here, and some of you seen, I showed some of you pictures of it, and and so the question is, why did I cut it off? And then also why did I keep it that way? So there was actually a whole bunch of reasons I initially did. I cut it all off initially back in high school. My senior year, no, my junior year in high school. I cut it all off and didn't really know what to do with it after that for a while. And so, yeah, because when you have long hair for like ever, you're just like, well, now what? And I had it during like, that time of, teenage years where you're sort of learning how to do stuff with your hair. Um, so anyway, initially I cut it back, like I said, in my junior year in high school. I cut it all off, and like I said, it was way down to here. Long blonde hair, just like super long. It was blonde. I literally looked like I was from Hanson. It was pretty hilarious. Except I was super tall. Yeah, I was always tall. Um, so anyway, when I cut it all off, I kept it short. Well, I initially cut it for a couple of reasons, like I said. One of the reasons was because I had noticed that basically, people were treating you different. People were treating me different. Um, that was a lot of the reason. Was just people treat you more seriously when you haven't, like short head of hair. They just treat you different. They think you like have a job, or like like they assume all these things about you just because you have really short hair. Just like they assume all these things about you if you have color in your hair or you have long hair. This is how people are. So, yeah, like I always had all these things assumed about me because I had long hair or something like that. And so I cut it all off initially. That was a big reason. Another big reason was because I do have difficult hair to manage, and I had some spots of what I had to cut out that were pretty large. So I didn't really want to do that either. So anyway, um, after I cut it stayed short for like the longest time. I was always doing martial arts and teaching that, and so like wearing the headgear and stuff when we're doing the full contact sparring and all that. If you had long hair, like when I had long hair, it would get stuck in front of my face when I was wearing the headgear. So basically, I just cutting my hair. It just made all that so much better. Better for grappling when we're grappling and stuff too. Then it just made things easier. Um, so I kept it short, obviously, and I was getting there. Thanks. Um, so yeah, I was. It's cool. Yeah, you're good. I saw it. So anyway, I just I've noticed definitively as my hair even grows to this length, people treat me very differently. Like um, when you have really short hair, people just treat you very different. I've noticed that specifically even bald men, like the shorter your hair, so even like bald men demand even more respect. It's just like sort of an immediate thing that people do in their heads. I've just noticed it, and so yeah, like that's a lot of the reason why I always just kept my hair short was because I definitively noticed people treating me better and responding nicer to things when they wouldn't before. It's pretty terrible, but like just it's the truth. Um, it's all subconscious, but like yeah, they really do. Um, just start assuming things about you. So yeah, that brings me to like growing the hair out and stuff like that. Whether I want to do that and all that. It seems a lot more acceptable these days. I don't know. I do know it is really annoying the longer it gets. It takes so long like to wash. Um, Very difficult to manage. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, that's why I've kept it. It's honestly why I've kept it that way, and that was the whole point. Was that like I wanted, to talk to you guys about like basically that's what I've noticed is that like people will profile you. Like just like I talked about, like you just because you had like have color in your hair, somebody's you know will just suddenly treat you different. So like told, I sort of make a joke about myself, laugh at myself because I'm a guy with RBF. If you guys know what RBF is. So like that's the point is like I recognize the fact that a lot of times I have that face, and so I have to think about just making it look like I'm smiling because it's just my face. True story. And people will literally treat you different just because you're not sitting there. Instead, you're sitting there like this. It's just a totally normal face. But it has a completely different psychological effect on somebody than you sitting here like this. Totally different. So that's the point is like um people profile you. And I am a very, expressive person. Except when I'm just sitting there zoned into a game. So that's my message to you, my little tip for all you streamers out there that are on my channel and stuff like that too, is work on your work on your work on your RBFs. Oh my god. It's so funny because like there really is a decent amount of streamers that are just getting started. I'm not saying that to anybody here or anything. You guys are actually pretty good about it, surprisingly. You'd be surprised how many people really just don't get how to hold your face. Um, yeah, it's funny. Like 365 is really good at it. Cookie, you're actually good at it too. Um, yeah, it's the sort of thing where like you watch yourself live back, and you sometimes you realize you're sitting there like you're just playing a game, sitting there by yourself, just like mouth open, and so um, sometimes when you get zoned in, you're thinking about something even just momentarily. It's that sort of thing where people will profile you, and that's where I've noticed there's a decent amount of folks out there that will literally just unsub because they saw one angle of you that was totally different from the angle that they've ever seen before, and now they don't like you anymore or something like that. It really is that simple sometimes. So that's another like tidbit for you guys. I'm sure you guys are starting to see that and get it at this point, but it really is something I've noticed as a trend that it's just one little tiny thing, just a little tidbit. Um, yeah, trolls like it too, but nobody cares about that. Everybody's on the same page with them, I think. What's up, guys? I see 5 people hanging out. Are you still? Are you still there, Cookie? Is everything okay? How's everything going? I need to brush my teeth after eating that sandwich. I'm gonna put some bread stuck. Everybody doing okay? How's Cookie? You doing all right, man? I can't, like I said, I can't answer your messages. I can probably see some of them. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's pretty messed up. But YouTube will see it, I'm sure. So yeah, anyway. You guys ready? You guys want to see it? Are we doing it now? I may need a light bulb. I tried to turn the light on and it just wouldn't turn on. So I may need to get a light bulb. Yeah, I actually had planned on having the light on for this stream, but I was really trying to get on the stream as quick as possible. I don't know if anybody's chatting. If anybody's chatting, I can't see it, by the way. Just a heads up, if you are. Just a heads up. Yeah, I was getting there. Did you take care of it officially, or do I need to take care of it?
Oh yeah, you're good. You got him. Now, did you hold on? Let me. Okay. Let's see if we can. So again, the idea is that I've had this since like I was a kid. I think I've had it for a long time. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I've had it since '92. A long time though. And so this is like a set that I just never opened. So that's the whole point, is to thank you guys and everything for all the new subscribers and everybody joining the channel and all that. I thought I would open it and share it with you guys. It's something that I just well, it's my favorite DC character, and so I just never opened it, but I had it, and I was always kind of curious anyway. But this is definitely special, so I'm gonna open it for you guys, like right in front of you guys. So apparently it has all these things in it. It has a Superman number 75 with fold out splashback cover. Apparently that's like the main thing. And apparently it has a full color memorial poster, full color commemorative stamps, Daily Planet obituary, black mourning armband, and it says exclusive Skybox trading card. So, let's carefully open this. I'm going to show you guys that it is in fact sealed. Give me a second here though. So, I don't know. I thought I had a light bulb. Crap. Alright, well, we're going to have to try to manage, I think. I think we're just gonna have to try to manage with limited lighting. See if we can get this like brighter, or a more appropriate color for what we're doing, or something. That would probably work. Yeah, that would work. All right. All right. Shut that off. Okay. So Basically, I mean, it's the sort of thing where, like, all I can really do is just sort of show you that there's no tear here. Just, like, pull on that a little bit. There's no tear. On the bottom here. Nothing. Okay, and then again at the seam, there's nothing. The seam just comes apart like that. As you can see. Okay. Nothing on the side. Completely sealed. So, question is where? Probably the top. Yeah, probably just like a slit right at the top. Do you think I should just cut straight across the top? Or try to make a slit in the back? I might have to cut across straight at the top. See, the seam goes to the top. So I'm probably gonna have to cut straight across. I don't think I'm gonna cut anything. Maybe I'll make a. Nah, I'll just cut straight across. I'm gonna cut very thin line here. Alright, there we go. I cut the top open right like that. Okay, here we go. We're gonna pull this out. Man, I've never seen this. This is for you guys. Let's do this. Pull it across the top here. Hold on. There we go. Superman. Well, it's got a list of things here. Yeah. It's from 1992. Never opened. Never opened, and I'm opening it for you guys for the first time ever. Had it since I was a kid. Here we go. Yeah, this is a thank you for everything. So I'm opening this for you guys. Try to take it out without damaging it. All right, here we go. Boom. I don't know if there's anything else in there, but so it looks like that. Here lies Earth's greatest hero. So this is like the death of Superman again, but like a special one. That's what I thought it was. And it has the special cover. Yeah, it's just the death of Superman like the other two that I have. That's so cool. Hold on, it has this in it though. This is a special cover though. Yeah, my other two are the actual like second and third edition covers. What? What is this? That's so cool. It comes with that. And it says 1992 on it. That is so cool. Yeah. Okay, so that's the comic. Yeah, it's just the regular Death of Superman comic. Okay. I'm gonna put this back in the sleeve before anything happens to it. And then I'm gonna take a look at this other thing that came with. I haven't looked at any of this other stuff yet, so we're gonna take a look. Put this back in here. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Let me put it back in there without damaging it, please. Pretty please. We don't get to read it? Do you guys want to... Have y'all not read The Death of Superman? I feel like I've read it like 8,000 times. I just feel like everybody else knows what happened. But like, maybe that's just me because I've read it 8,000 times. I just feel like that. Yeah, I mean, I'll show it to you guys if you want. Let's look at this first. Yeah, we can look at it. Oh, here's Superman's obituary. Well, now the spoiler, right? Well, it is called The Death of Superman. Isn't that cool? It comes with all this stuff. I had this whole time since I was a kid and I never knew. This is so cool. They're pretty entertaining. Here lies Earth's greatest hero. The Doomsday Trading Card. That's cool. What's that too? Oh, that's cool. Those are stamps. Oh, wow. Dated from 1992. Alright, time to see the full poster. This is gonna be awesome, isn't it? Oh, what? Oh my god, this... Oh my god, that's so cool. Now that is a really cool poster. Yeah, that is so awesome. It has that 1992 copyright date on it too. I love that they did that. That is so freaking cool. I'll show you guys the comic. Rather than get this one out again, though, I'd rather show you just like the normal one. I have two other ones, but this is the number 75, the special cover. The other two I have are second and third edition. So I'm not sure what the date is on that. But look. So I have number 2 and number 3. Let's take a look at number 3. It's just the same thing, but you know, like the other one has that special cover. 93. So the other one's actually a little slightly older, just a little bit. So I don't know if it was if that was the original release of that. You know, with like the cover and everything. I have no idea. You know, like if that's a sealed first edition or whatever, then damn. I just opened that for you guys. Like, damn. I just shot myself in the foot for you guys. But, yeah, basically the Doomsday comic is just full of complete, utter, like, Superman being destroyed by Doomsday, basically. It didn't really go how it went in Batman versus Superman. I mean, it sort of did, but, like, just, they really downplayed Doomsday in that. And it's just, like, throwing him into the friggin' pavement. You gotta love it when there's a random Super Nintendo ad. There's another one for Hook. What was the other one? X Zone. At the start, we had WrestleMania, Super WrestleMania, Steel Cage something or other, and WWF Superstars 2 for Game Boy. It was like right at the front. Kryptonite not included. Bwah! Bwah! Hey, Luis! Luis! What's up, man? It's good to see you, man. Doing okay, man. How are you doing? I just finished opening what might even be a first edition for all I know, just like Death of Superman comic for you guys for everybody being so supportive lately and everything. Had a special cover and everything. It was so cool. That's what we did at the beginning. But yeah, it's basically just this. I already had 2 other ones, so I figured I'd show you guys. 365 was interested. Yo! Do you remember when Square Enix was Squaresoft? Isn't that cool? Thanks, Louise. Yeah, this one's just the 3rd edition. Firepower 2000. We got a few. We got another Super Nintendo out there. How old is this one? So this 2nd and 3rd edition, these 2 here are from 1993. They're from January of 93. And then the one I opened for everybody on the channel that I just like opened up for the first time that I've had forever that I never even opened, that was apparently from 1992. So that one was actually older. So yeah, quite quite an old collection. 30 years, I guess, would be how old this is. 30 years. And then this is the fold-out back here. So it starts with that. Yeah. Yeah, man. For sure. Yeah, that's how brutal they were. Yeah, for sure. They were comics. Agreed. Alright. Let's back in with its protector. I have a little piece of cardboard in this one to help keep it straight. And then I put the other one against this one. And that helps keep it good. Good condition. But yeah, we opened this set here. So yeah, you can always like check the stream, check earlier in the stream, later on. Check all those things in there. And yeah, I found out it's basically just the same thing. So that's gonna go straight in there now too. Okay. Alright guys, here we go. You asked for it. Okay, so a lot of these are just Avengers comics. Not sure even what that is. A lot of these are Dark Knight comics too. So like this I think is actually the beginning of the Dark Knight series, I think. Or at least one of the new series. One of the newer Dark Knights. A beginning of one of the newer Dark Knight series. It says 89. Issue number 1. Collector's Special. Yeah. You guys want to see that one? Really quick? I like to keep this one in good condition, but this is a Volume 1, 1989. The protector got all messed up. Should get a sleeve. I should really get a sleeve. So this is older. This is Volume 1, November 89. I'm not gonna sit and go through this whole thing because if I start paging through it, I know. If I start paging through it, it will be ruined. I know. It has everything in it too. You guys ready? Just like in Batman Begins. Yeah. Oh my god. You're right, Luis. The poster is still stapled in. I can't. It's actually stapled in there. Oh my god. I tried to pull on it and it's stapled. So it's part of the binding. You have to pull it out, I think. Yeah, the staples go through it. It's one of those posters that you would normally pull out. Dude, I'm putting this away right now. Yep. Well, that confirms it. Look what it says on the bottom. Somebody tell me how much this is worth. Seriously, like, that's crazy. That is literally the first Dark Knight. Period. I think you're right, Luis. I think you are right about what you said. Gold. I should be careful with that one. So another Legends of the Dark Knight Shaman says December 89. No, Superman came back many times. I have so many. Dark Knight Duel. Gothic. I wonder if Kevin Smith would buy any of these. I'm actually being serious. What is this from? This looks like 90s, but I'm not sure. What? No way. Okay. Okay. Sorry. 84. It was so hard to read that one date. 84. 1984. It was so hard to I had to like find another one. Yeah, the one date was so hard to read. Yeah, I should have them in better sleeves too, because they're not in like exactly mint. But they're not creased, they're not damaged really. It's more or less just like you can tell they weren't in the proper protectors, that's all. But yeah, you're right. Some of these are like that. You're right. Alright, let's see. We have an Action Comics here. $1983. This one's in very good shape. This is Justice League of America, the new Teen Titans, Superman, all starring in Action Comics. That's what this is. It's called The Showdown. You don't sound dumb. No, you're probably right. I probably should. Yeah, me. I did it, yeah. These are original. I've had these literally since I was a kid, 1994. They're sealed too. I've had these since I was a kid. Oh! Oh! I just got to one of my favorite ones. Let's see what the date is on this one. '93. Yeah, this one's 93. I do like this one. Yeah, they don't. Yeah, you're right. They don't make them anymore. Yeah, you're right. Thanks, Louise. All right. Well, that's a decent chunk here. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff I didn't show you guys. There's a whole bunch of Avengers comics here. Iron Man comics that connect directly into them, which is why I have them. Oh, this is an old poster I had. This used to hang in my room. Let's see who's on it. Oh, Phil Anselmo and Tamaria from it's Slayer and Pantera, and I'm on the back with Cold Chamber. I think I actually had Cold Chamber hanging up. To be honest with you, I used to have a subscription to Metal Edge, and I used to have these like hanging all over my room. Back when Phil had long hair. Yeah, he doesn't have any hair anymore. That's funny. You had a nice collection yourself and then lost them? Oh man. On a move. I'm sorry, man. Smallest comic book in history. I have this because Dan Marino's on it. He's my guy. There he is. And then I used to get a subscription to Hot Rodding, so I just have like a ton of these. Like literally, like a ton. Here we go. Here's one of my Metal Edge magazines I kept. I kept it for obvious reasons. That's why I kept it. It's awesome. This was... Oh wow, look how old this looks. Yeah, look at Jonathan Davis here. Isn't that crazy? This was 2002. Yeah, this was 2002. Oh wow, Disturbed back when they had their original bassist Fuzz. Yeah, it was probably for Believe. Second album. Freaking Metal Edge there. Here's Ozzy. Oh, there's Cold Chamber. There's Cold Chamber. I know, it keeps going in and out. Still looking at the Ozzy Metal Edge. People are, well, scammers. Trackers, scammers. Here's System of a Down. Oh yeah, this was when new metal was actually new. Yep, true story. Stained. Oh, Chester. That's so cool. I might take that out just to make it into a poster. I like that. Yeah, seriously. That hit hard. Did. That hit really hard. Ha! Aerosmith. This Joe Perry. He's a good guitarist. People don't appreciate Aerosmith. I really don't understand why there's certain bands that people just act a certain way about. Soil! I love Soil. Who doesn't love Soil? Soil. Another RIP. RIP. Do you remember Fastball? I'm not sure. I'm sure they're probably still performing old stuff. Lots of new metal bands are coming back, making a huge comeback. I will stole you. Wrap my arms around you. I will stole you. My little halo. I think this one's just a 90s issue. Picked up. Hey, you. My cat. She's curious. X-Men. And then we got all the Superman comics. This is pretty much all Superman. Like, we got all these, like, really, really random ones. These were when they did, like, the small ones. This is number 6. This is number 5. I gotta take the stupid price tag off these somehow. They would always put a damn tag on them, like that. Because you'd get them at KB Toys. Remember KB Toys? And then this was in issue number 1. This was number 1. And then we have an evil Superman here. Cyborg. Comes back, works through Doomsday. This one was good. This is cool. This is our special one. Not cool. Foil. Geomancer. Thank you. I do really like this one. This is a good comic. I don't. I have Avengers, but I don't have any Hulk. This is a lot like Berserk. It's like it, it's not it. At least from what I understand about Berserk. I haven't really read it. It's just old school style. But yeah, Geomancer, cool. We have a Magnus here. Both of these, by the way, have Mortal Kombat ads in them. This has a Mortal Kombat 2 ad. This has... Yeah, these are both variant. I'm sorry, Luis. I'm sorry, I didn't do that. See, that's what's annoying. It doesn't do it for people that are actually... we got an Archer and Armstrong here. You might you might appreciate this. Here you go. That awesome. I don't know much about the series, but let's see. March 1st of 93. The very first page. Savage Brawl. Hold it right there. It's pretty amazing. No, it is. It's a good comic. For sure. Like, it's solid. Yeah. Holy cripes. Actually funny. Illustrations are good too. We got an old Dick Tracy. I'm on my way. Remember Dick Tracy? And then this yellow. Cool dudes had yellow. Remember Curious George? The man in the yellow hat? You had a few Dick Tracys. I love Dick Tracy. Do you remember the movie with Madonna? The movie with Madonna was so good. Like, how did they make a movie that good at the time for that, you know? It reminded me of Michael Keaton Batman style type stuff. Reminded me of, like, the stuff that Tim Burton does. Yeah, it was good. It was a solid movie at the time. I mean, now it would probably seem cheesy to today's standards, but a lot would. We've come a long way. Another Imagine comic. I think is that Bloodshot? Yeah. Pretty cool. Oh, here you go. To top it all off, I think this is sealed. Yeah. So maybe like we'll open this for like 1,000 or something. It's only a 93, but this one's sealed. I mean, that other one was only a 92, but I mean, it was the first edition, I think. This one's a 93. Well, to be perfectly honest, I think collectors do open the bags. I think they do exactly what I did, where they put one slit at the top. Because they have to confirm the contents. So I think I'm okay. I think, like, honestly, because, like, that's what I'm kind of, like, putting through my head is how would they confirm the contents then? How would you know it's not like somebody just went to a lot of trouble to make this and you're not opening it to confirm? Yeah, so yeah, for sure. Well, I'll just wear gloves or something then. I'll do it just for you if it makes you feel better. You'll be out. Tell Michael to give me his clown gloves. Didn't he have little white gloves that he? Tell him to give me those, and that'll be perfect. Yeah, I'm silly. I do those things. Trying to put this away. Oh, my hot rodding. Man, some of these I had a good time looking through when I was younger, learning about cars. Is that the? It's a Corvette. I know that. I'm just now my memory is escaping me. Escaping. Is it a 67? I don't know. That's just one of those special edition ones. Now I feel like I need to know. Hot rad. Yeah, I used to sit here and just like page through. 65. That's a 65. That was close. My old Hot Rod magazine. Told you guys I was in the cars and stuff. I always was. I used to have all these models and stuff too, but I started giving them away as I got older. I just didn't want like stuff sitting around, you know. Oh, there's the okay. I see the 57 now. That's probably what was confusing me. I think there's a 57 Corvette that's like I had a model of it. It just looks a certain way. No, maybe it's 57. I hope it is. I'm not sounding like an idiot. I don't remember anymore. I just know that you got a good point with these comics, dude. I should probably get this looked up. This Dark Knight Volume 1. Yeah, it is exactly. It's a lot like Batman Begins, the comic itself. A lot. Good stuff. Well, I opened it for you guys, as promised. We got the whole set here. Really. I can't believe it though. Nah, I mean I don't have money. A lot of this stuff, like truthfully, was like the sort of thing where I've had it since I was younger, and I also inherit some stuff sometimes where like somebody works somewhere, or like their place of like somebody like donates this stuff and doesn't know its value, and then it goes to me. Yeah, like I've gotten stuff like this would have gone in a dumpster. That's the point. And I'm like, okay, well, it's not going in a dumpster. I'm gonna take it. Yeah, like somebody will really appreciate this. So yeah, I guess I get a lot of work to do as far as deciding how much it's all worth and stuff like that. Gold. Yeah, I don't know. That, like I said, the Dark Knight ones. Yeah, all right. I might be able to believe that. Some of those, it's just about what somebody will pay for them. So, one of the only people right now that's paying a shitload of money for comics, like I said, is Kevin Smith. At least that I know of. So yeah, like I feel like if I could somehow reach out that I have that, yeah, he might respond. Because yeah, I mean, obviously we all know he's a huge fan of the Dark Knight and stuff, since he's the one that wanted Affleck to play Batman and Daredevil and any other role. He fully admitted to he was like, yeah, that's my own fault. He's like, that they asked me who should play Daredevil, and I said Ben Affleck. I mean, I didn't think he did bad in the role, but I mean, I'll admit, you asked me who should play a role. I think Ben Affleck should play every role. So, so yeah, he's a little biased towards Ben Affleck. I think is the point. He's a huge fan, so hence why he puts him in a lot of his movies. I mean, that's the point. Is Affleck got known through Smith, so that's why he stayed networked with him and stuff. Affleck was sort of one of those guys, though, too, that really never wanted to be famous. He just wanted to do his job. Just happened. Yeah, you don't act that well and not get famous, And then some of those quintessential roles. Yeah, like obviously everybody remembers, um, when Matt Damon and Ben Affleck did Good Will Hunting with Robin Williams. Like obviously everybody remembers that. And that was I feel like it was a lot of people's introduction to even both actors at the same time. But then at the they just nailed it, and then you find out they wrote and directed the movie. Oh, did they direct it? I know they wrote it, but it's like you find out they wrote the movie. And it's like, oh wow. Yeah, Good Will Hunting's a great movie. That's the movie. That's the movie with the cheesy. It was cheesy, but it was good at the same time. I'll admit it was a little cheesy. But it. I mean, it could have happened that way. Yeah, it fit. I'll admit it was cheesiness though. The it's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. It was a little bit cheesy, but I did like the scene. It hit home. It was successful. I mean, I loved Good Will Hunting. But yeah, like we're talking about the scene where he's just like telling him it's not his fault, and suddenly he breaks down for the first time in front of him. But yeah, there was a lot leading up to it. You had to watch it. To be honest, never seen it. Highly recommend. Robin Williams, Matt Damon, Ben Affleck. It's about growing up in Bayonne, New Jersey, basically, the projects. Surprisingly enough, my favorite musician, Zach Wilde, also was in a movie about growing up in that exact area because he's from Bayonne, New Jersey. There's a movie called Bones. He played. The funny thing is, he basically played himself in the movie, except the opposite of what he would have became. So in the movie, he played the guy who gave up the position of Ozzy Osbourne's guitarist to teach this to father this kid basically. And yeah, he's playing guitar in the movie and stuff, and then like. I just remember this one scene where these guys are giving him a hard time, and Zach just comes out of the house, and there's like 3 guys. And then Zach just comes out of the house. As soon as they see him come out, they're like trying to scramble and run, and he just takes the one guy and just arms him over the freaking car. Saw him a few times. I love Zach Wilde. He's my favorite. Black Label Society is my favorite band. I've seen Black Label Society probably 9 times, maybe, something like that. I met him. Yeah, he signed my... Here, I'll show you. And that's the date there. Got a picture with him and all that. He's so awesome. Yeah, he's so awesome. Yeah, it's my favorite band. I've been following... So, like, basically, Ozzy Osbourne was always my favorite. But as I grew older, I began to realize a lot of what I liked was the guitar. And so I started like, paying attention to Zach and stuff like that, and then following Black Label Society. So just from now on, I just say it's Ozzy and Zach. But yeah, it's Black Label Society is my favorite. And then I have Zach Sabbath is amazing. Have you ever heard of Zach Sabbath? Zach Sabbath is freaking amazing. Are you kidding? Don't go anywhere. 1 second. All right, Louise. So, Zach Sabbath is a cover band that Zach Wilde is in for Black Sabbath, and the drummer is the guy from Danzig, The bassist is Blasco, the guy from, I think, isn't he from Rob Zombie? I know he played with Ozzy for a little bit and stuff. And Zach. There he is. It's so good. They did this album that they did. This is actually the DVD. The CD is in my CD case. He did it like Sabbath did for their first album, where he did it all in one recording. That was the whole point. He did it, and he did it live. Yeah. Now you can type, just go on YouTube and type Zach Sabbath War Pigs. There's a video, of an actual music video for it that they did, and they used the live audio from that and clips from it and everything. So you can go watch that and hear it and stuff. Zach sounds so good. But there you go. And then they got Black Sabbath behind him, of course. But yeah, with Zach, you don't need a singer, obviously. you don't need, obviously you don't need a guitarist. That's who's playing your guitar. There'd be no reason for anybody else. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Yeah, this is recent. This was in his studio. Yeah, this is the guy from Rob Zombie, I think, because he looks just like Rob Zombie, right? He's wearing his Doom hat. Yeah, Zach has his own guitars now, too. Did you know that? Look at the guitar. You see how it says W? That's Wild Audio. So Zach Wild, he has his own guitar line, his own amps. That's his studio that they do all this stuff in. Ever since this album that I showed you, he has his own home studio. I don't know how new you've been following Black Label Society. Order of the Black was freaking phenomenal. Godspeed Hellbound, Parade of the Dead, Crazy Horse, Darkest Days, like even Southern Dissolution. Yeah, man, no problem. He also redid for the what was it, 20 years? He redid Sonic Brew and re-released it, remastered everything, and it sounds phenomenal. He redid a video too for, I think, Bored to Tears. Tired of this, done with that, never satisfied with where I'm at. That's Bored to Tears, right? Yeah, I think so. It was funny. He does funny videos. Oh, he has the newest album is dueling guitars. So Nick's not in the band anymore. He has that guy from Twisted Sister. The guy's freaking phenomenal. Dario, right? And it's dueling guitars now on the new album. And the newest video called from the song's called Set You Free. It's so funny. It's all in black and white, and they're wearing wigs, and they're standing there all like stiff, like they're dorks playing for a party band from like the 50s. Like they're like the Beach Boys or like something like that. They got the nerdy glasses, the hair's all gelled up, and they're like the whole time, and it's just and it's just like metal the whole time. I love it. I love it so much. It's so funny. I love Zach. Yeah, he's got all those new guitars now. Because like he always designed them, but he actually builds these now. I think he has a obviously a company for it and everything, but it's his. Yeah, it's a CD DVD combo. He does vinyls now though too. You can get vinyl. Here we go. Here's one where he's wearing the kilt. I think this was let's see. I don't know if it's got a date on it. I mean, it's recent. If you've never seen any of the Blu-rays, I'd highly recommend. One concert is called Booze, Bruised, and Broken Boned. That was a long time ago. A newer one's called Doom Troopin'. That one's really good. And then he did one more recently where they sort of all sat down, slowed the songs down. It's not unplugged, but it's slower. He does have the electric guitar a lot of times, but it is slower. It's more like bluegrass, getting bluesy with the metal. And I freaking love it. And it was so good. That one was Unblackened or something like that. Love it. Yeah. So, like I got those two, the Blu-rays. I used to watch those all the freaking time. Just nonstop. He has one hell of a stage presence, doesn't he? As somebody that's seen him before, you really can't appreciate how awesome it is to see him play until you actually see it. And then you're like, okay. He's probably the best, period. Would you see how easy it is for him to do that shit? And then he picks it all, and you're just like, what the? and then like at the same time, it's music to your ears. Yeah, I love it. Zach Sabbath. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Let's see here, dude. This entire stack. So some of my other favorite bands is Seven Dust, Disturbed, all them. But this entire stack is Black Label Society. That entire stack is Black Label Society. I have probably close to about 10 to 15 t-shirts from Black Label Society, as well as probably a shirt from almost every concert I went to. The Song Remains, not the same. That was a release he did of like a bunch of stuff, re-release of a bunch of stuff in like acoustic and stuff. Oh yeah, I am definitely always. I mean, some of these are going back. That's the one with like Concrete Jungle and No Religion, No Religion, No Religion. Everybody's first favorite album from Black Label Society. I mean, it's got Stillborn on it. And for those of you who don't know, Stillborn actually guest stars Ozzy's vocals. Ozzy is singing in the chorus, in Stillborn. He's singing in the background in the part of the song that goes, I've waited here for you for so very long. Ozzy is also singing there. Yeah, and anytime you hear them go, so long, that's Ozzy too in the background. So he sang back up for that since Zach's been doing it for him on stage for so freaking many years. Ozzy joined for that one. Because Zach actually does sing back up on stage. He's just so good at sounding like Ozzy. It's why it's like if you hear Zach Sabbath, you will immediately realize he can just change it if he wanted to. He's a good vocalist. Change his style up. He understands music very well. Yeah, he naturally sounds like him. I mean, that's sort of what he grew up listening to. It's his roots are Black Sabbath. We all know it. The most recent album that they put out, that's why it's dueling guitars and it's so freaking Sabbath heavy. It's in my car. I don't actually have it right in front of me. It's in my car. It's the newest album from them. And it sounds a lot like Sabbath, and that's why, because he had just finished touring with Zach Sabbath and everything. This is the one that a lot of other people like. This had Fire It Up, Suicide Messiah, In This River, you know, all that stuff that a lot of people really liked this one. At least the music on this one. This was the first live CD they released. It's actually called Alcohol Fueled Fucking Brutality Live, but they explicitly censored that part. There you go. There's a back before Zach stopped drinking. There was a part at the end of the one Doom Troopin' show where you can tell, like, so Zach and Doom Troopin', it was so funny when the show starts up. There is so many beers, just you know, like cups of beers lined up behind him, and he just comes out just starts shredding all over the place. And there's just beer behind him. And then this very burly, huge bearded Viking axe-wielding awesome motherfucker just rips a freaking solo out of nowhere. Then once he's done at the beginning, you know, he's got his freaking polka dotted V to you know, he comes out with the Randy Rhoads polka dotted V to give a tribute to him before he starts the show, and just shreds with that. Then he turns around, grabs a beer, swigs half of it, spits it all over the place. Then walks over to the front of the stage, hands that drink to somebody, nods to the drummer, and immediately starts playing the first song. It was just like, this is exactly what you'd expect. And I remember when I was like pleasantly surprised. I had no idea he was in Guitar Hero World Tour. And then this game. And then I had no idea. I was just getting the game because it was the new Guitar Hero. And I got to a certain point, and I was playing through it because Stillborn's in it. And there's some Ozzy songs that I didn't know that. And I got to a certain point where, well, I think I did know Stillborn was going to be, but I didn't know he was going to be in it. And I got to a certain point where it said Guitar Duel. And I'm like, oh, I wonder who this is going to be. You know, because you, in the story, you duel the other guitarists sometimes, you know, like Slash and whatnot in the story. And, yeah, it got to that point. And, you know, the guitarists come in and write their own guitar duels too, but, like, legit, it just goes into the animation, and it's just like boots and feet, and it starts panning up, and this dude's walking out, and all I see is a kilt, and I'm like, no way, no freaking way. I already knew because I just see a damn kilt. And he comes out in the duel, and he just starts beating on his chest. It was awesome. He just walks out on the stage, starts beating his chest, and then it's like guitar duel, Zach Wild. It's like, oh damn it! Let me get my ass kicked. That was awesome, and it was so funny when like they could tell, you can tell that like when you play it even on expert, there's notes they don't include. It's just too difficult. Hangover music was great. I lost, right? The first time, probably. I was probably I was geeking out probably too much. This was like an essential. Kings of Damnation. That was like an essential. Hangover music was great. The reason I liked this was because it was heavy but chill. Won't Find It Here was good. House of Doom, though. House of Doom. True story. Good song. Oh, and then we have Zach's solo stuff. Do you remember Zach's Book of Shadows? He released a Book of Shadows 2 recently. I actually really liked it. Lost Prayer. That has a video too. Good stuff. Lost Prayer was actually really good. A little bit slower, but that's what Book of Shadows was. This was another one of my favorite Black Label Society albums that's actually still somewhat newer. Catacombs of the Black Vatican. I think this is actually a really quality album. Fields of Unforgiveness. Freaking amazing. Love that song. My Dying Time was actually really good too. Damn the Flood. I like that one. Yeah, Damn the Flood was good. Shades of Grey, that was good. The Nomad. Dark Side of the Sun, yeah, that was good. Beyond the Down was good too. Like, there's just so many good ones on here. Grimace Tits. So this was the one the last time I saw him live, this was what they were doing was the so Grimace Tits, it's not an essential, it actually is an album. It's just called that. Trampled Down Below. That was really good. That's very Order of the Black sounding. Yeah, if anything, it sounds sort of like kind of like Crazy Horse, but a little bit not as fast tempoed. Yeah, Room and Nightmares was the single for that one. Yeah, All That Shine, that's the one. Yeah, I really like that one. Oh yeah, and then on Black, and we talked about that. Yep, that was the one. This is the one when they yeah, when they sat down, like I said, and slowed down a bunch of their songs and stuff. It was this. That's what it was. Now a lot of this was just from Zach's Book of Shadows, which was already sort of more mellow. But some of them, like he did a slower version of Stillborn. Blessed Hell Ride is on here, but he did it with the double neck instead. It was so good. Sold My Soul. Man, that was a really, really good live. You can actually watch that on YouTube. Sold My Soul. You just want to look for that double neck guitar. Yeah, one's a 12 string and one's a 6 string. It's, oh my gosh. House of Doom. That was probably my favorite one on there. Just the way he did it was so good. And he used his classic on that one. He used the original, if you remember his like original guitar that he had way back with Ozzy, not like the Grail, I'm talking like the first one with like the bottle caps and shit on it. It's one of the last times he actually used it. He cleaned it up real nice and stuff for that, and used it on that. I thought that was so cool. It was one of the last times he used it. On that Doom Trippin' one too, he used a guitar Dimebag Darrell had made for him before he passed, and obviously In This River is always like a permanent tribute to him after that. But yeah, he used that guitar in that concert only. That was a very special certain one. I think because he didn't typically play even with Dean guitars and stuff like that, and that one had the Dean style neck, and man, he was just, it sounded so good. He was just shredding on it like he normally does. You guys got me talking about Black Label Society, and that's it. That's all there is to it. I like me my Disturbed, my Seven Dust too. Love these bands. Linkin Park. I mean, that stuff's some of my favorite too. I like it all. Obviously Ozzy. So like I obviously like the Zach stuff better, but like I like Randy's stuff too. I love Diary of Madman. But yeah, like Miracle Man. Love Miracle Man. I love that riff is so good. And then I loved all of No More Tears. Who didn't? Yeah, it's like that's what you got to appreciate is a lot of that stuff that won the awards and was arguably like really progressive music was Zach, Yeah, I love Osmosis is my favorite Ozzy album, and that was Zach too. I consider that pretty heavy. Now you're talking like heavier than Ozzy. As heavy, I like Trivium. So I that's about how heavy I get. Kill Switch Engage. The Signal Fire was really good. That came out fairly recently, and had Howard Johnson come back. Howard Jones or Howard had the other singer come back again with Jesse Leach, the current singer, which was the original singer. Because Jesse Leach came back when Howard Jones, or I can't, for some reason I think it's Jones, but I feel like it's Johnson, was in a coma for a while, and that's why he left the band, because they needed to continue, and didn't know if he'd wake up, to be honest, and he did, eventually. Then started his own band, because Jesse Leach, the original singer from Killswitch, was back in the band, and had already released a couple of albums. But, he came back for the Signal Fire, and they both did that, and it was phenomenal. Great song. Yeah, I love Kill Switch Engage. Anything heavier than that? Is that good? Is that heavy enough? Trivium. I guess Trivium's good. What will it take? Certain songs from Trivium, like that one, obviously. That's more melodic, more my speed. To rip the heart from your head. What will it take? I like one song from Lamb of God, and it's called Redneck. I just never really got into them. I don't dislike them. I like I like Redneck. Is that heavier? Is that considered heavier? I just is it? I didn't even know that. I like stuff that sounds like music to me. So if there's too much screaming and I can't understand what he's saying, I don't understand even why he's doing it. It's not music. The idea to scream in music originally came about to exclaim something. So that was the point of metal. You know, oh, there's just, you know, originally we you know, just started adding distortion to guitars and blah, 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 you know, just further and further and further. They have lost me on screaming every second of every song. Just like if a rap artist goes in and can't even rap, they actually have to auto-tune their rap. Okay, if you can't even, dude, if you can't even rap, so first of all, you're not even singing. Secondly, you can't talk rhythmically. Get out of here with that crap. Yeah, like you have to auto-tune your rhythm. You can't rap, dude. So that's where I'm at with like some of these newer artists, you know, is yeah, rap crap. Yeah, like I like some rap, like respectable kind. You know, if somebody actually can sit here and come up with a good rhyme that I want to be like, damn, that was sick. And it sounds good and it's got a good beat. Hell yeah. But usually not. Mike Shinoda can fucking do it, man. Yeah, Mike Shinoda can fucking do it. Eminem can fucking do it. Some of those guys just suck. We all know who I'm thinking of. There's a black freaking bag over his head. Anyway, I feel the same way about that stuff. Is like if you are just screaming, I can do it too. Yeah, who cares? Yeah, like that's the point. The people that can do it really good, it's an insult. That's kind of my point. Like the guy from Falling in Reverse, phenomenal vocalist. He does it all that himself. Sings, screams, actually screams for a reason. Very phenomenal singer. Another great example of this is Ivan Moody from Five Finger Death Punch. I don't know why they get the crap they do. Guy's a phenomenal vocalist. He might be one of the best out there. Very accurate. He distorts his voice properly too, so he doesn't throw it out when he's doing the growl and yelling and stuff. He's very technically very dead on. He sings within his range. He doesn't. There's one time where he did a technique that bothered me, and I'm over it. You know, I say it when the song comes on sometimes, but it's just the sort of thing where I think it sounded cool to him at the time, and now he probably feels the same way I do about it. You hear it back and it's kind of cringy. It's the song Watched from the Outside. Like, why does he do that? I apologize. Instead of outside, why does he have to side? There's no, you're not even, just say side. So I think he did it like that so he could sing it like that live and get away with it. So that people wouldn't think he was changing it, essentially. It's a vocal technique where if you sing something like that live too many times, you'll throw your voice out. He probably knows that. So side has a lot of air, and it's very straightforward. So if he's doing that a lot, he might throw his voice out or something like that. And he might know that. He does it once at the end, too. That's the point. So he can do it. So, but I think that's the point, is like the vocal technique requires him to push a little too much air, and he knows he'll cough or something like that if he's doing it live. So he just chose to do it like that on the album. I would prefer if he just did it like that on the album and changed it live, like they always do. But whatever. I think Ivan Moody's a great vocalist. Ivan Moody, David Draymond. Dave Draymond is probably I'd put him up there as the top, one of the top, if not the top, arguably the top living best metal vocalist. Top living best metal vocalist. I'd put him up there. He talk about a guy that can really change his style. Disturbed's really good too. Love Disturbed. I mean, that stuff's very heavy to me. It's just formatted. I know, like the format. That's all. It's still really heavy. Kill Switch is probably the heaviest I get consistently. I listen to a lot of Kill Switch Engage songs, and they're pretty heavy, but yeah, like melodic heavy. That's really what it comes down to. With Trivium, I like the more melodic songs, but I love heavy. Like for example, with Black Label Society, I like the heavier ones. Like Godspeed Hellbound is one of my favorite songs. I actually do. I like the heavier ones. My favorite song, period, is Suffering Overdue. And some would hear that song and be like, what is this? So heavy. It's just like flat out just riffing, you know? Some consider, like, I listen to Unstoppable, like the newer Disturbed song. Some would consider that to be like stupidly heavy too. It is very in your face heavy. I think Disturbed's doing a good job of keeping up with the heavy, you know, the heavier music that's coming out. I think they've proven that they can. At least my personal opinion. I loved Unstoppable. I liked Hey You too. I can't get that riff out of my head. I love that riff. It's like do do you do 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 you do 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 you do 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 you do. It's like the moment I hear it, it's just in there. Do 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 do. And then it breaks out with both of them. So that's what they do to get it nice and fat on the recording. For those that don't know, if you don't know anything about recording, like metal guitars and stuff like that, a great recording technique to use is just double that guitar track. Just place another guitar track right directly over top of it. It makes it nice and fat. That's what most of those that's literally the new metal sound. That's all they're doing. They're taking that guitar and doubling it on the live recording. So it's the same guitar track, just twice. That's why, like, if you hear, like, that's a great example of that. Hey You, the riff, starts off and it sounds like it's kind of muffled and coming out of one side. They just have the one track playing out of one side. Or maybe both, but just the one track playing. And then they have the double track. Do I play guitar? Yeah. I don't sit and actively practice. As you know, I'm busy streaming and doing a lot of other stuff, so like I'm not like good at it right at this current point in time. There was one time where I said I would have said I was fairly decent at it, but I don't know about good. I was a good drummer. I was a good singer. Hey You. Yeah, I'm a music person for sure. I was a band dork. I played, so because I wasn't allowed to play drums, I played everything else because I just wanted to be in band. So they wouldn't let me play drums because there were so many drummers. Half the time the drummers were standing around in the back because there was too many of them. Yeah, they didn't even have enough drums. So I uploaded an old video. You probably didn't see it, Lewis. I assume I assume too much. You probably didn't see it. I uploaded a video somewhat recently of a couple of me doing vocals. I did a cover of Best of You by Foo Fighters. I did Heavy by Linkin Park. But I also did just an upload forever ago of me just messing around on my drum set. That was like pretty much right after high school. recorded on like an old phone. I just sat the phone down, kind of sat behind my set, and just started, you know, doing paradiddle diddles and all kinds of stuff, rolls and crap, and then just start playing. And I just did a little solo, and then flicked the camera off. And that was the end of it. My cat's looking, just staring up at me. Yeah, man. It's a Pearl. It's a Pearl export, Black Pearl export. It's the same drum set Mike has from Disturbed. But, like, go back to him on 10,000 Fists. So if you remember the Stricken video, it's the same exact set he had from that video. So he still uses the same exact one, but he's added some drums and stuff to it. But it's the one from that video. It's the exact 5-piece set at the time. It's the same exact number, model, and everything. We just happened to buy a drum set around the same time. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, got mine in high school. And like the time period of when 10,000 Fists came out. Yeah. It's a lot of the symbols are just old pass-along symbols from like it's the 60s and 70s. There's chunks missing out of them, but I got a new hi-hat. So the hi-hat is good, and then I have a little cowbell and a plastic block to simulate the side of the drum hit, because you know the side of the drum hit, it's not loud enough actually when you do loud live music. You know, like if you were to do like a little drum riff where you're hitting the stick on the side of the drum instead, and you're just sort of kind of doing something simple, and you're hitting the stick on the side for that little side tap instead of the snare drum hit. It's for that instead. I feel like we talked about this before. Did we talk about this before? Always more cowbell. Yeah, I love Will Ferrell. I love him. He owned that. Yeah, that was the beginning of his career, just taking off. Everyone knew that too. Everyone knew that too. Once we saw how comfortable he was acting like an idiot, that was the end of it. Yeah, for sure. I love some of his old SNL skits from when he was like a cheerleader. Do you remember that? I still remember this one episode. I was on the floor. There was this one episode where Jim Carrey was hosting. Anytime Jim Carrey would, she's my favorite actor, by the way. Anytime Jim Carrey would show up, he'd just upstage everyone. But it was Jim Carrey, Tim Meadows, and Will Ferrell. And so Jim Carrey isn't on the set yet, but Tim Meadows comes in. There's like this little hot tub. And Tim Meadows comes in. He's like stretching. And then he gets in the hot tub. And then all of a sudden Jim Carrey comes in. And he does this very Jim thing. He's, like it's very Jim thing, and like he's got like some face on, and he like gets up on the lifeguard thing, and it's like lifeguard on duty, and he's like has this voice about it too. He's got like this little whistle, and so, yeah, Rubber Man. Yes, his first movie. Yes, it was so bad. I'm surprised you even know what that is, dude. Do you remember Adam Sandler's first movie, Going Overboard? That was so bad, too. It was fucking terrible. Yeah, it's like, thank God Hollywood took a chance on these guys, because they're amazing. Their first movie sucked though. Anyway, so it says it's like lifeguard on duty. He's got this little whistle, and so like Will Ferrell comes in to just get in the hot tub, and he just gets in the hot tub, and he's just sitting in there, and I think after like a little while, he starts going like this, like splashing water on himself, and anyway, Jim Carrey just blows his whistle really hard, and meanwhile, this is like a hot tub, like in a gym or something, right? And he's like lifeguard on duty, so he's just like splat, and then Jim Carrey like blows his whistle really. He's like, he's like, attention, swimmer. Yeah, he's like, stop splashing in the pool. There'll be no splashing. And he's like, I'm just like splashing a little water on myself. He's like, sir, there will be no splashing in the pool. I am the lifeguard. It's just so ridiculous. And then like the next one, he like sort of like starts like moving around a little bit, and then like Jim's like, he gets his binoculars out, and then he blows his whistle. He's like, attention, swimmer! Attention, swimmer! You are too far. Return immediately. Oh my god. He's just like, I'm in a hot tub. So it was just funny because it was Will Ferrell being the calm one this time and Jim Carrey freaking out. And then somewhere in the mix of it all, Tim Meadows randomly comes in with a cap on and then puts like some little goggles on and like a little Speedo. And then Jim, like, I guess blows his whistle to, like, time his laps or something. He just jumps in, and he literally swimming from one end of the hot tub to the other. And then he finishes in, like, a couple seconds, and he gets out. He's like, whoa, that was great. And he just walks away. And Will Ferrell's just like, what the and then, like, in a couple of seconds, Ferrell goes, ow. Ow. And he starts holding his foot. Oh, and then like he's like, I just got a cramp. And then like Jim's like, are you okay? He's like, I'm fine, I just got a cramp. Cramp! And then like he quick rods and then grabs his little freaking tube, like the circle, the floaty thing, and then he's like, he puts it around himself, he's like, and he throws it in the pool, and he's like, don't worry, I'll save you, and he just jumps in, splashes water everywhere, grabs him around the neck, starts like pulling him under the water, like pulling him to the edge. He's like, are you okay? Oh my god. Jim Carrey. It's so extra. Yeah, he saved Will Ferrell from his cramp in the hot tub. Yeah, lifeguard on duty. I feel like it was like it's called something like that. Do you remember when I don't know if you watched this? He sort of started on Living Color. In Living Color. In Living Color. Remember Fire Marshal Bill? I love Fire Marshal Bill. Let me show you something. Let me show you something. Oh my god. I love it when Jim, I remember, I love it. There was a skit they did on Living Color, in Living Color, where Jim came out pretending to be Vanilla Ice. And he just nailed it. It was the best thing. It was so awesome. Do you remember that one? I don't know if you saw that one. He just comes out in one of those like, high class looking colored suits from the early 90s when it was high class to wear like a colored suit. So it was so good. He comes out just and his hair was just and he's just like doing like this cheesy 80s 90s dances. It was amazing. That was quality content. That was quality comedy. Quality stuff. Well, this is I better put my stuff away. This has been a fun chat, man. Too bad. That's true. It is. No, everybody, everybody's offended by everything. That's actually something I can't really talk about it on YouTube, but like, it's something that like I was like talking about my friends recently. It's like, people were really different in the 80s. They actually made fun of each other, and that's how they got past things like racism and stuff like that. It's like, you remember how many flat out racist jokes were on SNL? And it was the two of them going back and forth. It wasn't just the one dude. It was them Richard Pryor and Chevy Chase, right? Wasn't that who it was? I think it was them, and they were literally just insulting each other, right? Like it and that was the point, was they were trying to show that like that's how they deal with it. Like, if you can't laugh about it, like that's your that's the literally that was the whole point, was to show people it's just a firm form of insults. Like, just get over it and manage that better, and well, if you want to insult him back and see what happens, like, take offense, just, yeah, it's a joke, I just think that, like, because of all the stuff in culture and history lately and stuff like that, presidents and whatnot, people feeling the way they do about certain presidents and stuff like that, I think that has a lot to do with it. Yeah. And then Pryor returned with an H word. Yeah, like, that's the point. He's like, and everyone like died. I died. I was laughing. Yeah, it was just them going back and forth. They were having a good time with it. And Chevy Chase is the perfect guy for that. That was the point. He can take a joke. Do you remember Dan Aykroyd? Jane, you ignorant. I can't say it. See, that's just it. Like, here we are in this century, and I can't say something they were saying in the 70s on SNL, and finally saying this is okay. And now we've gone backwards again. Yeah, and it was so funny. It was like it was the joke of the decade, basically. Not century, obviously. Like, that's stupid. The decade. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it is. You're right. It is. It is. Yeah, it's kind of like everybody just hates Alec Baldwin and they don't even know why. Because of an accident that had nothing to do with him. Yeah, it's like everybody just hates Alec Baldwin. Well, there was drama surrounding him. Somebody died, so like people don't even know what happened. They don't look things up. That's the point. Yeah, they just become emotional and go, "I'm offended." It's like people should look up what that means to take offense. You know, it means to actually personally be affected on some level, and it's like, well, if it's obvious you're just saying it, you clearly weren't. You're dramatizing. Yeah. Well, that I think we know. I think we all know it's coming. That's what's scary. I think we all know what's coming. It just hasn't happened yet, and I think the rest of the world knows too. Let's hope not, though. Let's hope. Let's hope we can get along before people decide that they're too. They can't stand the fact that their guy lost. Yeah, let's hope that's literally all it is. Let's hope that people can't be so offended that their guy lost. Jeez. Yeah. I think it will too. And I don't think that this country can survive something like that in the current state of things. I think other countries will step in and unionize, if that makes sense. Um, I know it's literally what Russia is waiting for. Russia wants that to happen. Why do you think a certain person, a certain world leader, likes and was networking with a certain president? That I don't care who you are. I don't care what your political stance is. Vladimir Putin wants to take over the world. I don't care who you are. I don't care what your political stance is. If we don't all agree that Vladimir Putin wants to take over the world, I promise you it will happen one day. You all have to be on the same page with this. Yeah, nobody can this is we're beyond stupidity at this point. People just don't want to look things up. They just want to believe that they're right because their family member believes this, and they can't argue with. It's something that my family always taught me is that you don't discuss politics at the dinner table. That's the point. Is that not everybody is going to agree, and the more you openly talk about it in front of other people, the more ignorant people become because people are affected by situations and things they hear. um, People are inherently ignorant when emotions and other people are involved in these situations, and then they will remember it differently and actually feel differently. They will resist fact. It's crazy. It's that psychological thing that happens in somebody when you tell them something contrary to what they already know and believe. They are more far. I think it's actually about 5 to 6 times more likely of them to believe what they already believe than they are to believe the factual information you're trying to give them. Just because it's contrary to what they already think. It's like the exact opposite. It's just an inherent defense mechanism in most people, and they don't recognize that it's literally just them trying to fight. They are angry, and they just want to lash, and instead of just admitting defeat on political discussion. I mean, just blows my mind. And people that before certain presidents were elected weren't caring about politics, didn't give a crap about politics. I got to be honest, a lot of people didn't care before we had a black president. I hate to say it, a lot of people didn't give a crap before we had a black president. They really didn't. Suddenly everyone cared. That's all I gotta say. So many people started voting after that and suddenly cared. Do you know there's a lot of other countries in the world that like there's interviews and stuff. A lot of people have like channels for this. I watch content creators and stuff that and not to get too political, just more like world stuff. But like like there's like guys that have channels for that and stuff, and what they do is they go around the world and interview people in other countries and ask them what they think of this or that in America and stuff like that. And one of the things, now I realize these are very biased. What they can do is take the best of what they see, so bear that in mind. They can clip the best of what they see. They can take if they didn't like what somebody said, not show that one or whatever. But like truthfully, a lot of countries around the world, and this matters. People in this country act like it doesn't matter. It does. It should. And I think that's the problem, is people don't care about that, and they should. Most of the world thinks we're racist. They do. Most of the world thinks that the United States is racist. And I would be inclined to somewhat believe them, because that's how people act. So, I mean, I've been treated a certain way my whole life just because I'm extraordinarily white. In high school, flat out, I mean, this kid he literally just would not stop. He's like, you're so white. Like he just kept saying it. It's just like, don't say that to the wrong person. It's like, if you said that the other way to somebody else, it's like an immediate OSS. The dude's suspended. Yeah, I mean, I've been people in school. I don't know. Maybe the stream cut out and just came back, and I was talking about all that stuff, and they cut the stream out. I don't know, but basically, that was something I experienced a lot in school, was racism. And being that way toward me. Like, because that was the whole point, was that if you were racist toward that one kid that stood out, I'm not going to say race or anything like that, but the one that stood out, then they know. That's the point. So when they're racist toward the white kid, they sort of just ignore it. That's what would happen. And yeah, like flat out, it's just all the time. Well, and that's the gist of it, though. It's not really racist, it's bullying. That's the point, is they were just bullying me. They're just picking a reason. They're just picking a reason. Yeah, you're pretty white too, 365. Yeah, that's the point, is like they're just picking a reason. They'd say it sometimes too, and I'd be like, okay, so what? But that is the point, is like that people apply this word to it, and it makes it bigger than it needs to be. Try being a redhead and white. Yes, exactly. Stereotypes exist. People do this. I know. I dated a white redhead before. Yeah. No, people did treat her like she was crazy. Just because they thought she was just looking at. I mean, it was unfair. They did, though. They treated her like that. Well, I happen to think a lot of the redheads I've met are very kind, intelligent, and creative people. That's just something I've noticed. But, I mean, everybody's different. I mean, that's just it. People, that type of person notices flaws. That's the point. So these are the evil people. We need to just call it bullying and evil and not racism. Let's not label it as this giant thing that we need to march down the fucking street and burn shit down. And that's the problem. When you do that, people will be racist. I'm just saying that's literally what they will do. They will label all those people as, those types of people. And it's terrible. They shouldn't do that. But at the same time, don't burn shit down. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, like let's call it what it is. These people are, people are bullied for the color of their skin. They're bullied for this or that. And yeah, a lot of people have been bullied for the color of their skin throughout American history. And yeah, we've had a history, America specifically, obviously had a problem with slavery. But the point is, we don't anymore. There are laws against this. And so anybody that's doing that crap now, you need to stand up and just be like, this is bullying. Don't call it. I really just, I can't stand that racism thing. We're labeling it as this or that and making it bigger than it needs to be. It's like when we declare war in God's name. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. How many wars, It's like, no, you're declaring war because you want to. You think the same about people with blue hair? Thanks, man. I didn't even see that until now. I think they're trying to make it so I can't see your messages. Unless you're talking about unmonetized YouTubers. No. Thank you guys so much. Thank you 365 again, like a million times for helping out with that, subscribing and all that, sending people my way, sharing. You're helping a lot, man. I appreciate you. I've been watching your streams too. I was watching a little bit of the, a little bit of you doing some hair. I mean, that's usually what you're doing. Yeah, there was one stream I was watching, you were doing a little bit of some hair. I felt bad because I guess what the one lady didn't like her hair or something like that. I don't know. I just saw it was titled that, but I didn't get to that part. No worries. How close are you? What do you mean? How close to what? To you? Oh! Oh, I have it. I have to wait I'm waiting on YouTube. I'm just waiting. I have to hear back. Yeah, you have to reapply, apparently. Yeah, so like I already set up the monetization obviously because you guys know that I already had ads and stuff. Like you guys saw all that. So obviously it was already doing it. But you have to reapply for your own monetization. So essentially, I monetized already through the old program. If you, that's how it used to work. They'd monetize, run ads. Um, so I already did it, but I have to, I guess, reapply. So I'm waiting on to hear back. Wait, what color did you go to? So I'm assuming red is out then. Is that what you're getting at, Louise? Is it Lewis or Louise? Because there's no accent, but I'm not. It doesn't matter. Do you not care? I just want to say it right because I don't know if it's not there because you can't type the accent or if because I would be willing to believe that that's why. Lewis. Okay, so it is Lewis. Okay. Lou is. What if I just said it like that? Lou is. Lou is what? She's like she likes it now. She called and apologized for being mad. Oh. Oh, you cut it an inch too short. She probably felt bad. Who cares? Yeah, but you cut it good, so. Wait, did you cut it when it was wet? You cut it when it was wet, didn't you? And she had thick hair. That's exactly what happened. Betcha. Oh, betcha. It does. I knew. Yeah, I knew. Uh, I mean, these things happen. I would make that mistake all the time. Seriously, I would do that all the time. I've thought that to myself. When I figured that out before, I thought that to myself. I was like, man, if I was a hairdresser and did this all the time, I really would probably cut it too short a lot because it's really hard to gauge when it's that wet. And you sometimes when you're doing the scissor cut, you got to. You gotta. Sometimes you just got to. You gotta wash it too. A lot of times. A lot of times they want you to wash it, right? It grows. I can tell you're really comfortable with it, or otherwise you wouldn't be talking while you do it. You're like doing all this stuff while you're doing it. Yeah, I can tell you're just like you've been doing it for a while. You're really comfortable with it. You've done this thousands of times. It's just one of those things you just tell. Ew. Why? Oh, is it time for me to end? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Oh, hello. It's easy for him, yeah, for sure. My cat's like, you should end now. I am bored. Pay attention to me. Thanks, Louise. You want to see her? I'll try to roll forward without her like jumping down. So her eyes are reflecting off the light, but there she is. She has like amber colored eyes. They're like yellow. She's so sweet. Look at that face. Look at that face. Oh yeah, she's so sweet. I love her little uneven pattern here. Yeah, she's so sweet. I know 365. I know. Yeah. She is very much liking this. You hear her little boat motors going. Uh, me? Are you asking me? No, I live with them. My father is not here at the moment, and my mom is down probably watching TV. That black cat is hers. I help to take care of her too, but this one's mine. I moved out once, but came back. True story. I was actually down in Florida for a couple months. More than a couple. More than a couple. It was like half a year actually. You almost missed that jump. I had to help you. She tried to jump from my hands to the bed, but I could tell she was not gonna make it, so I just caught her and put her back on the bed. She's like, she sometimes underestimates how fat she is. I do watch her weight. I do watch her weight. She's not like too fat or anything. Does she hear me screaming? Yeah. Oh no, my parents? Yeah, I'm sure they did. Yeah, they know why. They know what I deal with. Yeah, they know what I deal with. Oh yeah, I just it's not too bad. I mean, it's pretty. The sound doesn't travel that well. Our house is like I'm sure you've seen the outside of the house plenty of time. Like it's fairly large. The sound bounces around a lot before it escapes the room. So the acoustics are really good in this room too. That was another reason to switch was because the acoustics were better. And the other room was directly it shared a wall with their bedroom. So that was kind of another reason too. Exactly. So that way, I don't got to worry about that that whole thing, and I can, be a little bit extra if I need to and stuff, and not have to worry about, waking anybody up. When I was younger, I used to play drums in the basement. And music all throughout the house, so loud everybody could hear it and it'd shake the whole. I mean, they're used to that. Your mail is getting there with fatness. That's so fun. Thanks. Yeah. Um. I get her the healthy weight so that like she has dry food that helps with her like her digestive health. Because a lot of cats a lot of times a lot of cats won't eat. Oh man, keeps cutting out. Sorry guys. Hopefully you guys can hear me. You saw that drum set? It looked sick. Thanks, man. Do you guys want to see it again? It's all dusty and I gotta clean it, but it's still there. I mean, I'd show it to you if you want. I'm not gonna play it. It's a little late for that. We can go look at it if you want. It's the same set as in that video. It's the same one. Have I ever tried pure raw cat food? Yes. Lewis, did you have an older brother? We're not gonna go talk to my mom. We are not gonna do that. Did you have an older brother, Lewis? You have two? Then you've also tried cat food. And you also have my answer. Don't bug her? Nah, I wasn't playing. She's probably asleep. She's probably watching like a TV show or something. And that's fine. She's sleep all she wants. Let her be. I think you have your answer, Lewis, right? Have I ever tried it? Do I have an older brother? Yes. Though I don't know that it was him, it was probably his friends. Yeah, it's probably his friends that got me to do it. Birds? Oh yeah. Oh, I get what you're saying. Yeah. It's that so I actually get her um that fancy feast stuff because that's some of the best stuff out there. A lot of cat food has grit in it, and your cat will be chomping down on it, and then they'll just like bite into like this little tiny piece of like metal like truly they'll have like it shouldn't be metal, but sometimes there'll be like a little mineral in there, and they'll just bite down and they'll crack a tooth, and it's like, are you kidding me? There's so many foods out there for animals that they're not as stringent about as they are with humans, and I feel really bad because I'm like, yeah, like it really is pretty terrible, and so you have to be really careful. I know my cat, um, she is really picky, but she was also a stray, so she has like various just problems that I have to keep an eye on. So like, yeah, she's a little like I mean she's not too much, like I take good care of her, but like the point is, yeah, like she's got like like half a tooth and like she's been through some stuff because she was on the street, and the point is she's happy now. She's much better. When we should have seen her when we got her, she was like super thin, but like she's having the time of her life now, relaxing and eating food. And the whole point was that yeah, the whole point was that she was probably trying to eat whatever she could, and then like just like she had a tooth that was over. It was an overbite. I'm sorry, underbite. Sorry, underbite. It was the top one. So like her tooth was sticking out, or it was a fang. And so yeah, like if she even runs into something, that would just crack. So that's exactly what happened. She eventually, I think, cracked it on something, but she's okay. Yeah, it's not surprisingly it's not like actively cracked and causing like an abscess or anything. I can just sort of tell she's not really in any pain or anything. Plus, she's been to the vet and everything. Um, so like they obviously cleared her and stuff and all that. But they told me about a couple other things and just said like it was obvious like she was on the street and stuff. And so yeah, like that's good. She's good now. But yeah, like I had to learn all. I wanted to give her a really cushiony, the most cushiony lifestyle I could. Just be really nice to her all the time. I try. I try to baby her. She needs it. I try to baby her. She needs it. Um, that's why you see me talking nice to her a lot and stuff. Like if she comes over and brushes against me, I'm like, hey, and like stuff like that. I just try to, be nice around her and stuff. And and yeah, like that's just it. As I found out that when I did a lot of research on dieting for cats and stuff like that, I found out that there's a lot of grit and filler and stuff in the food. And so I started getting her one of the most natural ones, that fancy feast stuff, and it's pretty much all I ever get for her. And that's why it's always out of stock because everybody else started kind of, I think, realizing the same thing. And definitely a top seller. And then I get her the indoor advantage so that she has the digestive health to process. Because normally cats eat grass and stuff like that to help digest things and stuff like that. So I gave her the indoor advantage and stuff. Because basically she was feral when we took her in. Obviously, she didn't want to be around anybody. She didn't get along with my cat, with our other cat, and we just couldn't have them together. My other cat's indoor and outdoor. So what is going on with this? Catnip? Yeah, I try not to. I don't really do that. But yeah, like um so what was it? Her bed. When I got her bed initially, like she can go. She lays with me. Obviously, you guys saw her sleeping with me. She lays with me. She's always like up on the. Right now, she's just laying on the bed. But like I wanted her to have her own bed to lay in too if she wanted to. And so like when I got her own bed, I put a bunch of catnip sort of in the corners. I sort of stuffed it so she couldn't get to it physically. But I put it in there. And yeah, like it worked like magic. She just immediately wanted to be in that bed all the time. And then, that was the point, was to show her that it is in fact her bed. And I showed her too, but like I wanted her to like rub her face in it and like it. And she does. She loves her bed. And then she has a little fish here too. So this is where she can go if she wants to like curl up and be like alone. She can go in here. She's a fish. So she has like a little flat bed too, right next to that. But then like the fish is for her to like go inside, so she can feel like she can go in somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I love the fish. I love seeing her little head poking out. And she's got her little friend that she sleeps with. That's her little friend. I catch her like every once in a while. She like pulls it in and like puts her head on. It's so adorable. That was why I got it. I got it for her as like a little pillow. Yeah, she knows it's her little friend. So I tricked her. Yeah, I started playing with it with her. I put it like on her chest. She has a thing with her chest where like she'll start playing with something if it gets near her chest or like with my hand and stuff. You know, like when you tickle a cat's stomach or something, they will sort of start playing a little bit. So I put this thing like kind of near her chest and sort of moved it around and she sort of kind of grabbed it and just latched on. And yeah, from that on, she was just like, mine. Yeah. She was very, very happy that I got her that. This is a cheap little toy, but it's like a little friend she can curl up with and then like a little pillow. And at the same time, she can always curl up to me too. But yeah, that's the point. Little stuffed animal buddy. You like kids have a stuffed animal too. She has her own little stuffed animal buddy. Don't forget. Check it out. I don't know if you've gotten caught up on newer Black Label Society, but it's all good, man. It's so good. Like I don't know when the last you heard, but like it's just he really evolved the music. We well, and then he picks a publisher obviously to sell it, to mass produce. Oh, it's been constant. I'm surprised it hasn't gone out for you. It's been constant. Yeah, it's been ever since it's been ever since it's been ever since we've been dealing with that douche. But yeah, like I said, he evolved. It was really ever since this. He started producing his own, music at his studio that things really evolved and changed. The music got, just more of the core of what it was, I think, supposed to be. When he was, had more creative input instead of just trying to meet a deadline at Roadrunner, I really truly think it got a lot better when he was doing, when he had like full creative control. He was hiring the engineer and everything. He was working with them. Yeah, Where the Black, so good. Like I said, a lot of those newer ones are awesome. Even that new one with the dueling guitars. That's what I was saying is like, typically on an album in Black Label Society, all the way up until this one, Zach is doing every guitar. And he finally has the other guy doing some of the solo. It's dueling guitars. They're going back and forth on the album. Especially, like I said, that new song, Set You Free. I thought that was so cool. In the solo, it really is dueling guitars. That's why you gotta watch the video. Maybe we'll do a reaction or something. You gotta watch the video, and you'll see who's doing what part. And it'll be obvious. Be like, oh yeah, of course that's Zach. The best place? If you want the best place to do it that gives him the most money, I would highly recommend just buying it straight from their website. I know it used to be blacklabelsociety.net. I don't know what it is anymore. If you just want to buy the CD, just go on Amazon and buy it. That's what I would do. I would just go on Amazon. Who cares? He doesn't care. He just wants you to buy it. Yeah, obviously, yeah, if you want to do all that, then fine, do it. But I think a lot of times he would rather people save money if they need to save money. No, I think he'd tell you that. If you need to save money, go buy it on Amazon. That's fine. That's sufficient enough. It's just on Amazon, a lot of stuff, shipping's cheaper. There's no hidden fees. I used to, believe it or not, actually buy it from music stores. Until FYE destroyed music stores. In my opinion, FYE and Best Buy ruined music stores. Dude. Great movie. Empire Records. Yeah, Tower Records is cool, for sure. Have you been there? That's awesome, dude. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, Empire Records. Isn't that where that was filmed? The owner, it was the drummer, right? Good movie. I like Tenacious D too. Tenacious D, Tenacious D, Tenacious D. Oh. Who is so awesome that they would dare combine such gut-wrenching comedy with such badass metal music? The answer, Jack Black. I love Tenacious D. Did you know that Zakk Wylde showed up for Dave Grohl's birthday? And they did like this huge concert. This is a while back, not his current one. This is when Taylor Hawkins is still alive, rest in peace. It was a while back. And then Zakk showed up and played, I think he played Fairies Worth Boots with them, and something else. Probably Nativity in Black. That's probably what they played. That's probably what Grohl would have wanted to play. Oh yeah. Some people say my love cannot be true. Boo boo. Please believe me, my love, and I'll show you. I will give you those things you thought unreal. The sun, the moon, the stars, all that you see. Oh yeah. Well, they're using, I think, yeah, they did get a new drummer, didn't they? I thought they were going to use Taylor Hawkins' son but apparently they just used him to finish out the tour. I was okay with it when I found out they were going to use his son, but then they just used him to finish out the tour. What's annoying is like Dave Grohl used to do all the drums on the album before Taylor took over to start doing them about halfway through their career. So like sort of kind of all the way up until, if you remember Echo's Silence, Patience, and Grace, that was the album with The Pretender on it. I think that was the very last one Grohl did the drums. Because I think Taylor started doing some of the drums on that album. But I think Grohl did most of them. You'll notice a definitive Dave Grohl drumming style in a lot of those songs earlier on. But Taylor was a similar drumming style. He just he was a little bit more technical at times. A little bit. Dave Grohl is, I would put him up there as one of the most accurate drummers ever. Accurate. And that's a huge compliment. It means he's got a good, internal ticker, basically. His internal clock is just dead on. Well, that's why he's a guitarist, too. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, the dude's just born to play music, for sure. But I thought that was cool a while back for his birthday. Zach came out and did that, and then you could go watch it too, and it's on YouTube. But then Jack Black showed up too, and did some stuff with them. And Jack Black showed up to do Immigrant Song. Yeah, Tenacious D actually did, because Kyle Gass was there too. Kyle was there too, which is awesome. I love Kyle. I love that dude. I love the Pick of Destiny. That was a great movie. It was so funny. It had Ben Stiller. Ben Stiller randomly showed up for a cameo as like the dude in the music store that like knew about the pick, So great. Pick of Destiny was solid. I was laughing so hard all the way through that movie. I love it. I love it when like it breaks out into like, well, all right, the whole thing's basically a musical for Tenacious D, obviously. So that's amazing. Oh, you've never seen it? You ever see it? Have you never seen it? Do you even know about Tenacious D? Have you heard of Tenacious D? Jack Black and all that? Oh, man. Oh, man. Uh-oh. Okay, alright, so at least you've heard about Tenacious D. Dave Grohl is basically their drummer. He was their drummer on a lot of the albums and stuff. I shouldn't say a lot, but I think some of the songs, or at least most, on one of the albums, and Tenacious in Pick of Destiny, he was the devil in the end. Dave Grohl is the devil. So he battles the devil in the end. And Dave Grohl plays the devil, and he's singing and playing guitar and drums, and it's all Dave Grohl. It's a great movie. It's a musical, but with metal, and it's got Meatloaf. It's got Dio. It's got all these people. Jack Black. It's got all these people in it. Before they died, unfortunately. Meatloaf plays his dad right in the very beginning. Plays his dad. It's fantastic. Yes. Very fitting role for him, right? Jack Black's father. That's fantastic. That is just like, yes. If there was one person in the music business that would probably be like, that's Jack Black's dad. Yeah, sure, Meatloaf. Yeah, that makes sense. It does. It really does. All the operatic voice and everything, metal. And you know, just the obviousness of that. But yeah, we got a list here on the back. It's I don't know how on the Sabbath you are, but yeah, basically it's that first album, Black Sabbath. It's literally just straight through Black Sabbath, The Wizard, Wasp, Behind the Wall, Sleep. Um, basically, you know, basically, and Tiffany Black, Wicked World. You know, just all these. You know, basically, just literally all those classic songs. And then you have um, a whole nother. I think they did a whole nother album too. How many tracks? Wasn't it 8 originally? Hold on, let's see. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 10 tracks. So I mean, those. Basically, that's what they did for this album. They recorded it in one take. That was why they took all these pictures too. That was why this was such a special set. And then they did the same thing for the live one, where they just, you know, obviously it's live, so of course, but yeah, like the video and everything, that's what they did for the album. They just did it with the live. So yeah, 10 tracks. Oh, they made sure that to let you know Zach is doing the harmonica too. Because that was a big thing that Ozzy did the harmonica and the Wizard. So Zach does the harmonica in this one. Tomorrow? That's awesome, dude. That's awesome. I'm glad I'm glad to hear that, man. It's solid too. It's so good. But definitely watch the War Pigs video because you're missing out. It's so good. Because that's not on here. And then you'll get to hear Zach play War Pigs with Zach Sabbath. And it's just, juicy. It'll make you want this. Yeah, because War Pigs ain't on here. That version ain't on here, so you're gonna have to, yeah, watch it on YouTube. Lewis been hanging out for 4 hours. Well, not really 4 hours, but you've been hanging out for a while, man. Thank you. Thank you. Cookie, it's so good to see you, man. What's up? How are you? I'm sorry I couldn't answer your messages yet. I know you were in earlier dealing with certain things. I've been having interruptions, and normally I don't from, you know, this. So, you know. They've been doing it. It's not like they stopped. I think this is cool. Isn't this cool? I don't know why. I'm for some reason I'm fascinated by this layer. I don't know why. I'm just I'm just like fascinated by like the layer for some reason. The fact that it does that. Because it's actually not that dark. I think it's just the contrast. Probably the blue hair. They are triggered by that. No, they are. This craziness, dude. And all that's just gonna feed more into it, right? That's the point. Man, 365 probably fell asleep. I'm just kidding. He said he was doing some hair, right? I'm gonna grab my energy drink really quick, guys. Give me a sec here. I'll be right back. Hey guys, I'm back. Alright. Willis. For the longest time, this was what was staring at me on my old setup. I had this, so if you see where like Disturbed is right now, if you can tell, that's actually a Disturbed poster that I framed right there. It's actually this. It's this, but bigger. The new Disturbed album. I fucking love it. But this is what was staring at me on my old setup for the longest time. So I gotta put that up. I gotta put that back somewhere. It's amazing. He's just holding skulls. But I'm drinking some C4. Just put it there for now. There we go. Now I can still look at it. Yeah. He is Thor. He's actually what Thor should look like. Yeah. Do you remember um do you remember like MySpace and all that? And MySpace music? When like you'd find like bands and stuff on MySpace? And then like they'd have a whole page, you'd go to it and like it'd play music and shit like as soon as you go on there. I used to go on to Black Label Society's MySpace page all the time. And Zach used to he runs that stuff a lot of times. Because he actually does know internet and he's a nerd. Yeah, he actually is sort of a nerd. And so it he's so funny. You know there's a section for MySpace, it said what the music sounds like. You know, it sounds like this or that, you know, like a gentle this or, you know, like, or maybe like steam this or that or grungy or, you know, blah, 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 you know, as many things you can think of. And what do you think Zach put? So, for what Black Label Society sounds like, Zach put Angry Vikings bringing the rapture. It's just dying when I read that the first time. I'm like, you know, it's not a bad description. Oh man. Angry Vikings bringing the rapture. That's what he said it sounded like. I'll have to see if I can find it. Let's see if I can find this comment. There's a comment I've been wanting to make a video off of. Hold on. By the way, have you ever heard his farewell ballad? You know that he does like solo ballads and stuff, right? Have you ever heard the farewell ballad? Like on YouTube? It's so good. It's a solo he did like a while back, where it's literally just a melodic solo, but it's called the farewell ballad. And everyone loved it. Like so many comments. They're like, I want this played at my funeral. Like just yeah, really melodic. Yeah, and because he shreds a lot, so it's hard for people to understand that sometimes. That this was him doing that, but also being melodic about it was just phenomenal. So it was a comment on that. I think. Hold on, let's see if I can find it. I think they took the comment off. Why? Okay, alright, well, I'll just try to paraphrase as best I can. I'll just try to remember it as best I can. Here's what the comment said. It was on the farewell ballad. And it said something like, it said, at the end of times, and the human race is engulfed in, flames or something like that, and hell on earth or something like that, Zakk Wylde will be the only one left standing atop a tower of skulls. He'll play a guitar solo so great it will repel all of the demons and save the human race. And ever since I read that, I so badly wanted to make an animated video based on that comment to Destruction Overdrive. Do you know Destruction Overdrive? You know Destruction Overdrive? I wanted to do it to that song because it would just be so epic. And then right as he's finishing that solo, that epic freaking note that he finishes with at the end, at that solo, it'll just be like the explosion from the guitar that like I had already planned this out. Like as he's playing, there'll be like little electricity shocks like zapping these like demons in the head as they're trying to like storm the pile of skulls and climb up to get him. And he'll be up there just jamming, singing and stuff. And it'll just be like attacking him like Thor with freaking thunder. And, and then he'll start playing the solo right when somebody gets up to him, and it'll be like a release, a huge just like a huge freaking clear as soon as he breaks out the solo, and then like one will be climbing up his leg, and he'll just kick him off, and then he'll do the and then finish the solo, and it'll clear everything, and then it'll like start saving the planet and bring everything back. It would be amazing. I want to do that. Cause like, if you remember Concrete Jungle, that's sort of like a similar concept, but what they did was they had him like in a city trying to get out and escape all the nonsense, and at the end they did. And yeah, like remember his guitar was a bomb in the and then he threw it out the window and blew up the city as they escaped. And then he like shook his head at the end and then lifted his head up and it was like the real him. I thought that was cool. Yeah. That type of style. That art style. I think it would be great. They're due for another one. There was a video for New Religion, that song, and a lot of people didn't know it. And then there was a bunch of martial arts in it that was stupid cheesy. And I was so mad because I really wish he would have, I wish I would have been able to network with him to do the martial arts choreography in that video. I would have done it for free and it would have been better. Night Force! What's up, dude? Legend Lewis. That should be your name, dude. That is your name. That's your name now. Yep. Night Force dubbed it. It's happening. Legend Lewis. Lewis Legend? Lewis Legend. Like John Legend? Who doesn't love John Legend? Yeah, who doesn't love a guy that's just always smiling and sings really good? Well, sings really well. That's the proper English. John Legend. He just like showed up one day. Did anybody ever notice that? He just like showed up one day. He's like, I'm famous. My last name is Legend, and you all like me now. And we're all like, okay. That's how. That's how I was introduced to John Legend. Yeah, what's up, Night Force? What you up to? We just got done looking at comics and talking about music, favorite bands. I'm staring at a lot of bands right now. I could like list them. I don't know why I'm not doing that. I have an entire. By the way, Weird Al is also like one of my top. I followed his career ever since I found out about Alapalooza in the '90s. Seriously, and followed it ever since. Ever since I was a kid. Seriously, "Achy Breaky" song was what did me in. Yeah, and yeah, we were talking about Black Label Society being my favorite band, and apparently Lewis knows exactly who they are, which is crazy because I know how crazy that sounds to you and me, Lewis. But Black Label Society didn't get that big in this country. They really didn't. They might be the Black Sabbath in Europe, but they're really not here. A lot of people flat out don't even know who they are here. You know, you say Zach Wild, and people are like, who? And you're like, well, Ozzy's guitarist. Oh, okay. Seriously, nobody knew who he was until he showed up on American Idol. Yeah, he showed up on American Idol one day and blew the hell out of everybody's ears. Like, just everybody immediately found out how good Zach Wild was when he showed up on American Idol playing heavy metal for James Durbin, you know, just as a favor, last minute, and nobody knew he was going to do it. He just comes out with the dude, starts ripping heavy metal. The dude sings it. Zach shreds a solo. J-Lo didn't even know what to say. She was speechless because she said that felt really, really real. That was her reaction. Yeah, Steven Tyler knew exactly what to expect. That man is a genius. And then everybody loved it. They gave him a standing ovation. It was hilarious. It was like, wow, if only people would appreciate Zach Wild for the fact that he literally wrote No More Tears, Mama, I'm Coming Home, Desire, Perry Mason, I Just Want You, See You on the Other Side. Like all these songs, Miracle Man, all these songs that people love, the music was just written by Zach. I mean, I love Ozzy. He wrote the lyrics, but you've got to give props to Zach Wild. He wrote the music. I gotta plug you guys in. We've been on here so long. Trying to plug you guys in so I don't lose you guys. That's okay, Night Force. You don't have to chat, man. I know you just come in to support. I appreciate you, man. Yeah, concurrent views helps. Appreciate it. I'm honestly trying to connect you guys so I don't lose. Oh my god. I might have to just... I'm sorry. Remember how I said this recently about how, like, this is why I use a wireless charger? Because, like, all these USB cables, they still never perfected this shit. You sit here and plug it and unplug it, like, a million times because it doesn't work. So, yeah, anyway, yeah, I followed Al's career. I love Weird Al. The Offspring, one of my favorite bands, Green Day. We got the Green Day here. We got Seven Dust. I have a stack of Seven Dust albums as big as my stack of Black Label Society albums. Those bands came out around the same time, actually. Black Label Society actually did come out in 1999. And I think Seven Dust actually came out in 98. The funny thing is Zach was doing a lot of stuff even before that. Like Zach joined Ozzy back in 86, 87. So, you know, like that's the point is, well, 86, but 87 for the album. So, like, that's the point is, we've been seeing stuff from him since then. Got lots of Metallica here. I love Rob Zombie, too. Listen to lots of Rob Zombie growing up. Got Ramstein here. Maybe listen to Ramstein. I heard they're, like, under fire for something, but I don't really pay attention to the drama. I just listen to the music. We got lots of Korn albums here. Does anybody like any like Dragon Ball Z fans or anything like that watching right now? Oh, you like Ramstein? I have. It's about that tall. There's a few albums there. Yeah, I like a lot of the new stuff, but I also like the old stuff. I discovered Ramstein back with Stain Soaked. That's when I discovered them with Stain Soaked. Still probably my favorite album, Stain Soaked. One of my favorite songs too. Stain Soaked. Yeah, everybody likes Du Hast, but it's like I got so sick and tired of hearing that because everybody else likes it. That's the song that everybody knew by them, though. So, like, I'd play another song by Ramstein, and they're like, why have I never heard this? And I'm like, I don't know, but Americans literally only hear Du Hast and just think that's the epitome of great. And I'm like, there's way better songs than Du Hast. It's like the same lyric all the way through. Yeah. Eifersucht, I think is what it was called. Or no. Eifenthrocht, I think is what it's called. Eiferthrocht. Great song. That was on Saints near the end. Really weird timing. Like I love their guitarist. That guitarist is phenomenal. I love him. That lead guitarist, and I love the drummer. But yeah, the lead guitarist, that's really what I like. That guy's awesome. And yeah, he really delivered on that Deutschland album. I like Deutschland. I have one Testament album. Something that I have that you might listen to is I have Mechanized by Fear Factory. That I have. Mechanized. Let's see. I have my Linkin Park stack is like it's like huge, and then I got this one. Oh shit! Something fell out of it. The anniversary. Night Force, you should check out Black Label Society. Zach Wild. That man right there. That we've been talking about, that I've been talking about for like the past hour and a half. Didn't I talk about him for like an hour and a half, Lewis? I think it was something like that. I used to sit here and talk K-pop all the freaking time with everybody that liked K-pop. Now I'm talking metal all the freaking time with all the people that like metal. Oh, it's just the two. I think it's just two. Yeah, this was the one with the DVD. This was just Minutes to Midnight. This was just the re-release of Minutes to Midnight with the DVD and the CD. Remember when they almost didn't come back? When they were like, yeah, we don't know if we're going to release music anymore. And Meteora was like it. It's like, oh no. And then Minutes to Midnight came out and everybody was like really critical of it. I hated that with people. People were so... Like, Linkin Park fans were just toxic. They were just messed up toward the group about their music. It's like, are you even a fan? I loved all their albums. I mean, granted, some more than others, but... Oh, the newest anniversary of Hybrid Theory. Yeah, that's pretty freaking sweet. That's not what that is, though. That's Minutes to Midnight. Yeah, for sure. That one's really cool too. That one I thought comes in like a box where you pull the top off. I could be wrong. That was the name of their band originally. And then the band was Hybrid Theory. Yeah. And then obviously that led to the first name of the album. My favorite's Meteora. That's just me. I always liked Meteora the best. I love some of those later. Like, I love Thousand Suns. I thought that was one of their best albums, and it was one of the most experimental ones. When that came out, I didn't leave my CD player probably for almost a year. It was that good. You know, like Catalyst and Wretches and Kings. I like Wretches and Kings. What was that other one? Blackout, I think, right? What was it called? Castle of Glass was on, that was on, the one with Burnt Down. Lost in the Echo and all that. I like those songs too. I like that album a lot, actually. Yeah, Lost in the Echo was so good. I liked Powerless. You hid your skeletons when I had shown you mine. You woke the devil that I thought you'd left behind. And I saw the evidence, the crimson soaking through. 10,000 promises, 10,000 ways to lose. And you had it all, but you were careless to let it fall. You had it all, and I was by your side, powerless. Did you hear the little squawk? She was like, rare. See you, Lewis. Oh, that wasn't a wave. I thought you were waving by. About to get it? Oh, you were going like this? Yeah. Show me your fucking cigarette lighters. That's what Ozzy says. That's what he says when Mr. Crowley starts, right? Show me. Mr. Crowley, what went on in your head? Do. Oh, Mr. fucking Crowley, did you talk to the dead? He is. He is. He is. I feel terrible, dude. He means a lot to me. He does. I almost met him. Should I tell you the story about how I almost met Ozzy Osbourne? Met Zakk Wylde. It's this close. It was my own fault. It was my own fault. So, alright, I'll tell you the story quick. Dude, yeah. So, it's so dark. Zakk is on that one, too. He brought Zakk back to do most of the guitar work as like his regular guitarist. He brought him back again. Because, like for a while there, he was using a bunch of different guitarists and stuff like that. But Zakk he had for the longest. We all know that him and Zakk had a special connection for sure. A lot of people forgot about the Down to Earth album, actually. I loved Down to Earth. Down to Earth was the one with Gets Me Through, Dreamer, all that stuff on. I loved that. The last one he did with Ozzy was called Black Rain, and it had Ozfest tickets right inside the first 6 available at every store. And I got them. That's how I got to go. I got to Ozfest 06. I loved Black Rain. Loved Black Rain. That was the last one Zakk did with Ozzy before he switched to Gus G for a little bit. I Don't Want to Stop. The song I Don't Want to Stop. Yeah, it was still Zakk. I mean, you can just tell. The song starts off with that freaking pinch harmonic squeal. The woo! And it's all chunky and heavy with the riffs. You can just tell when it's Zakk. But anyway, all right. So Ozzy did his, like little autobiography thing where he wrote a book. I don't know that it was an autobiography. I actually think he wrote it. Zakk is the one that did Bringing Metal to the Children. Hilarious, by the way. That's how he signed this. If you want to go buy it, it's one of the most hilarious books you'll ever read. It's incredibly inappropriate and stupid, but It's real stories about the road and stuff, and it's called Bringing Metal to Children. It's his book. Anyway, I was getting Ozzy's book signed, basically. I was going to get it signed, was what I was doing. And so that's actually how I met Zach. I met him at a book signing, technically, at Best Buy. And I got him to sign my CD. So I got a picture with him and everything, shook his hand, that stuff. So anyway, Ozzy, I drove all the way to Center City, Philadelphia. Walked around. This was like before GPS was a thing. You had to MapQuest crap. And I had MapQuest and I couldn't find where I was going. And the signs were really bad. And you had to get in line and get a number by a certain time. And so I knew where I had to go. I got there with plenty of time. And then I walked around for 3 hours looking for something that was right in front of me. That's how confusing and mislabeled and messed up Philadelphia is. Yep. I was a Borders bookstore, and it was like, you can't drive into this place. It's like one of those parks that's indoors, but there's no roof. So I forget exactly where it is, but like, yeah, it's Center City basically. And yeah, there's it called a terraria, right? The idea is it's grass, but there's no roof, right? And like, there's stuff, there's shops. That's the problem. This little freaking sign for Borders was like inside the cubby of the vestibule. The plaque was like on the door. So I'm walking around constantly, not seeing where this is, just walking right past it, thinking it's part of another building. Because in Philadelphia, they just rent the buildings out. And so, like, I walked past this Borders because it's not clearly labeled as Borders. It was like a really easy to miss, like, golden sign that was like not lit up and sort of hidden, like just on the brick. So I walked past it for like 3 hours, and then I was like, oh my God, it's right there. I was so mad. And then I just sprinted inside, and of course there's a million people in there wrapped around. I get in and I'm looking at it, and I look at the first person that I see that has a number, and I'm like, they're out of numbers, aren't they? And he goes, oh yeah. So I went in knowing I would miss my chance. There wasn't very much security. So what I did was I did get a picture. I don't know what happened to it. I was very close, but he was upstairs. So I went upstairs and just walked around and got close. I got close and was looking at him. And he was just sitting there signing stuff. And meeting people. And I saw his personal assistant that I've only seen in like behind the scenes and stuff like that of DVDs and all that, and he was standing right there, and I was like, man, I even recognized that guy. It's like, it's really Ozzy right in front of me. And just because I missed a freaking number. Yeah, Borders got shut. They got bought out by Barnes & Noble and shut down anyway. I miss Borders, though. That was a good store. Ouch, yeah, for sure. That's an ouch. Yeah. It should have been predetermined. It should have been a predetermined line, but that's okay. Yeah, it's okay. It happens. First come, first serve. I get it. He can't wait around for people. Now, Zach, on the other hand, I was really irritated with these fans. Yeah, you're right. Like you said earlier, they think it's a biker gang. You're right. They do think that. People are just... That's sort of the point I was making earlier. People jump to conclusions. It's just an image. And they think now that he's sold out because he sort of dropped that image. Well, no, that's the point, that he knew that was the problem. Um, I forget where I was going with that now. Oh, now I remember. Yeah, these fans. I was at Best Buy getting my CD signed, and they're playing the CD, which is awesome. I'm just rocking out to it, and we're all waiting in line. And the CD's now played through about twice, and Zach ain't there yet. And some people are waiting in line, getting impatient. I'm just standing there, smile on my face, ready to meet Zach Wild for the first time, the only time ever. Listening to this music, I was there with my best friend. I literally drove to his house, walked in his room, and said, "Get up, you're gonna come meet Zach Wild with me." And he didn't argue. He was like, "Okay." I think it's funny how, like, he didn't even question it either. Just, okay. Like, he just knew it was happening, but it was surreal for sure. It was like, wow, this really is happening. And so, yeah, we did it, but, I was grateful was the point. Was like, there's these fans that were standing there that were, like, acting really rude. We're all sitting there, and we're all, like, waiting and stuff, and these other people are just like, the people, the kids, of course. The dude was like getting really impatient. He was like letting everyone know. He's like, "Oh, what an asshole." He like kept saying, he's like, "What an asshole." He was like, "Oh, you tell somebody you're gonna be somewhere. You should be somewhere. We're all here." I'm like, what he's it's a bus. Like, he's on tour. Like, what do you think? Do you think that Zach Wild has a teleporter because he's wealthy? Do you think he doesn't drive on the same roads as us? Like, we're in Philadelphia, and this guy, like, that's my point. Is like also these supposed fans, and this guy's getting really impatient. He actually did leave. He left, and then about 15, 20 minutes later, Zach showed up. And yeah, screw that guy. Yeah, screw him. The thing that sucks is I could tell Zach was in a mood when he showed up. So that's what sucks. Yeah, he was irritated that he was late. So, like, this guy judged Zach, and yeah, good riddance. That's the point. This guy judged Zach, and you can tell Zach was irritated that he was late. He was not happy. Zach does not like disappointing fans. He really doesn't. That's his favorite part of what he does. Trust me. He appreciates every single one of them, and flat out will tell you straight to your face, "I do not even know how I have fans." Because he literally will say to you, "I'm just the epitome of like the Almonds, Jimmy Page, Tony Iommi, Randy Rhoads. Like, you just put all those guys together, that's me." He'll tell you that. He's like the most humble guy there is, and then yet he's the most talented one in the business. So, like, yeah, it's like these people, who needs him? And then, like, he wasn't even supposed to take pictures, and he was just doing it. They flat out said there was not going to be any pictures. And he was like, I could tell he was, like, having a problem with that the moment he got there. He was, like, talking about it and stuff. I was like, good. I was like, this is proving everybody wrong about him. And then, like, there was kids there and stuff, and he really wasn't even supposed to be doing pictures. He would get up, walk around the table, kneel down next to the kid, and take the picture. Every single one. And he's, like, on a little stage they assembled for him behind a table, so there's all this security. That's what kind of guy he is. And I think he heard me talking about, like, whether we're going to get pictures or something, because this was his reaction. This is literally what he did. I was so nervous. I shook his hand. I was so nervous. I got up. Well, first I got up there and I presented him with my CD. and I was thinking about what I wanted to say. And I was just, it was the starstruck moment, you know? And it's the sort of thing where you've only seen this guy on the posters on your wall and DVDs you watch and stuff like that. And you get a little starstruck, you get a little nervous. And so I was more than a little bit nervous. And it was really difficult for me to say, but I just somehow got out the words, "You're the reason I picked up the guitar." And as I was handing him my CD, I just said, "You know, you're the reason I picked up the guitar, Zach." And he pulled it open. He was getting ready to say, he's like, "Glad to hear it, brother." That's what he said. He's like, "Glad to hear it, brother." And he started signing it. And no lie, his head of security that's standing behind him, he leans over. He goes like this to me. He's like, and he's like you know, like this, like, and then so I look at him, and he goes, "Yeah, and he's the reason I dropped it." I was dying. And then Zach was dying too. So I shared a laugh with him. I got to share a laugh with him. That was so cool. And his like little security guy instigated it too. He was like, "Yeah, and he's the reason I dropped it." Zach was laughing. He was just threw his hands up and just shook his head and started laughing. He's like, "What the?" I was like, "See what I deal with?" It was fantastic. It was fantastic. It was pure Zach Wild. It was amazing. And then, you know, he signed my CD, and then he literally, I guess he heard me talking about it or whatever, but he literally put his hand out, this gigantic. I have big hands. This guy had huge hands. Even with like my hands, I have quarterback football player. I really do. He had big hands even compared to me. And he went to shake my hand, and he just yanks me he goes, "Now get over here and get a fucking picture." And he yanks me forward. So it's kind of funny. You can see in the picture, I'm just sort of kind of like leaning awkwardly forward because he just like pulled me forward for the picture. He's such a good guy. He was paying attention to everybody. He wanted to do everybody justice. Man, what a good guy. Yeah, yes, exactly. Linebacker hands. You can tell. He's into football, too. He's a sports guy. I think he's a Giants fan. Oh, no, I think, you know what? He might be a Vikings fan. I think he's a Giants fan, though. I think when he's not a Giants fan, he's a Vikings fan. I think it's with him, it's New York teams. He's from Bayonne. He lives in LA now. He's from Bayonne. That's why. From Bayonne, New Jersey. So that'd be why. Yeah, that dude's from the projects, man. He was a gas station mechanic. That's what he was. He was a gas station mechanic. People ask me all the time, how did he actually get the gig with Ozzy? Because Zach doesn't know how to answer a question seriously anymore. I'm being dead serious. You have to look it up. He hasn't answered a question seriously, and so like he's such a jokester. So, like, a lot of the time you look it up and people actually think Zach Wild was Ozzy's drug dealer. Because he said it so many times as a joke, people started believing it. It's like, this guy didn't do drugs. He's like one of the only guy in the business that never did that. That's why he says that, because it's so funny. Anybody that would actually know him knows he's completely clean. 0 tattoos, too. Yeah, that should tell you pretty much all you need to know. There's not an addictive quality ounce in his body. If anything, he was addicted to beer and he quit it cold turkey. He proved that he could do that. Yeah, he was actually in rehab, and he said he was in there for a day, and he hopped the fence. Seriously, he was in there for a day, and he hopped the fence. Actual story. Quit cold turkey. Hopped the fence, did it himself. There's a Viking for you. A real one. Just does shit that other people are too weak to do. Yeah, that is somebody to look up to. For sure. Yeah, I can talk about that forever. I know tons about Zach. He went through a period of time where he had a rare clotting disorder too. He almost died. He was on stage and he cut himself, and he was just blood. Like it was a cut. You can actually look up pictures of it. He refused to stop. He doesn't take breaks. He doesn't stop. You will see pictures of him shredding on guitar, and there's just blood. Yeah, and then they found out, like, that's not a cut. Yeah, like, your blood's too thin. Like, that basically the idea is, like, it was obvious. So he had to go to the hospital. He found out he had a rare clotting disease. Apparently he was just sitting too much. He developed this rare clotting disease and had to take thinners. And thus the alcohol had to stop. And then he made a joke. He said he made a joke. He said his wife was in the ER with him, and the doc said, because he was like, well, do you think, the alcohol, all the years of me doing alcohol did this, and the doc's like, well, if anything, the alcohol may have helped to thin your blood over the time that you were doing it, so that helped to keep it away. And he said he turned to Barbara and he was like, see, drinking is good for something. And apparently she was not amused by that at all. Oh, man. Hey, thanks for being here, Night Force. And we're chatting more than usual. I appreciate that. It's good to see you, man. It's good to talk. Lewis the Legend. Is Lewis the Legend still there? Lewis the Legend. Do you like Marvel, Lewis? Have you seen this before? My ex got me this when she was still with me, and it's definitely one of the coolest gifts I've ever gotten. I can't decide if I want to take it out or leave it in. The only reason I left it in is because he comes with all the stuff, and it sort of displays it, like like the thing that's in the sanctum behind him that comes with that. Isn't that what's called, the sanctum? He has a bunch of different hand signs and stuff. He has the little shield. Doctor Strange and Thor are my favorite Marvel characters. Yeah, Doctor Strange and Thor. And Benedict Cumberbatch is one of my favorite actors. So just the fact that he played him was just so top notch for me. Chris Hemsworth was a phenomenal Thor too. Nobody else should play Thor, but yeah. He has so many of those. Doctor Strange or just Marvel in general. I like this one. This one actually looks like Benedict. I think it's funny how Benedict just looks like Doctor Strange, though. Every once in a while, you'd get that guy that just looks exactly like the comic, right? Benedict's definitely that guy. I think Tony fit the bill pretty well, but he didn't look exactly like... I'm sorry, Robert Downey. See, I even called him Tony. I think he fit the bill pretty well, but he didn't look exactly like Tony Stark in the comics. The Tony Stark from the comics had a much longer, sort of thinner face. But like that, who cares? You know, it's just Benedict. Like he looks just like. I love him. I love him in the BBC Sherlock. BBC Sherlock is a great show. C4. That's what I'm drinking. Sorry, you asked me a while ago. Starburst C4. I did say C4, but then I didn't finish the thought. Starburst C4. So what other is it just metal for you, Lewis? Pretty much just metal for you? I listen to so many different genres, so. Is it sweet? It has no sugar, but yes. You like jazz? Nice. Agreed. I like so many things. I mean, obviously, you know, I like K-pop, so that's like so opposite end, you know. But for me, I like the stuff that actually has musical roots. So if it's K-pop, I need to be able to hear the instruments, you know, the guitar, the bass, no auto-tune. They better have good vocalists, you know. They better know how to actually sing, no auto-tune. I just like good music. Yeah. So yeah, for sure, jazz. I agree. Jazz is some good shit, man. My school had a jazz band. Basically, you weren't allowed to be in it unless you. It was like a more exclusive thing. You had to like be really good at your instrument and stuff. I mean, jazz is hard to play. You listen to Kenny G? do you listen to Kenny G and then immediately have like some flashback of sitting in the dentist chair? You get the reference, don't you? I bought that for the 30th anniversary and then never opened it. I was saving it for a special occasion. That's the reference. I never opened it, but I gotta watch it with a friend or something. I bought it for the 30th because Wayne's World. I grew up with these movies. This is like my childhood right here, like my teenage years. This bred the go to concerts, headbang, and Bohemian Rhapsody is awesome phase. Oh, and also my introduction to Rob Lowe. Yeah. He doesn't love Rob Lowe though. Who doesn't love Rob Lowe? Dizzy. Armstrong, Monk, Dizzy. Wait, what? I wanna rock and roll all night. Detroit Rock City. That was a good movie. Doo-doo. Doo-doo. There could have been a better band for them to choose. Like Kiss was good. No, Kiss was a good band to choose. There could have been better ones to choose, like Zeppelin. But Kiss was a decent one for Detroit Rock City. Detroit Rock City. That's it for them? Yeah, for sure. Gene Simmons, well, he's done, right? Did you know that Zach was supposed to be the guitarist for Guns N' Roses? Did you know that? It's supposed to be Zach Wilde. So basically, here's what happened. When Ozzy did the No More Tours tour back in early 90s, this changed the decisions of so many things that happened right after this. And led to also why you didn't find out about Zach Wilde. So essentially, what happened was Zach is really heavy with like bluesy southern bluegrass. He loves the Almonds. He loves classic rock. And so that ended up coming out, I think, too much when he went solo, but I'm getting to that. When Ozzy did the No More Tours tour, he didn't know what he was going to do. Now this was No More Tears, and he said he was retiring. Obviously, he didn't. Went on to do a crap load of things, and obviously he stayed strong until the end, pretty much. He didn't stop. Basically, I don't want to stop. Zach didn't know what he was going to do. He was still young. I mean, geez, the dude was in his 20s when he was touring with Ozzy. So he was like 30, basically. Yeah, he was like approaching 30. He was like the golden child. Everybody was watching him. What is this guy going to do next? That was the point. Everyone had their eye on Zach. He was going to like guitar shops, showing up in parking lots. He had a cover band called Leonard Skinhead. And he was showing up at like guitar centers and like just places. I don't know if Guitar Center existed, but you know, like places like that. And just playing, you know, Mississippi Queen and stuff like that with Leonard Skinhead. And kicking ass, you know, and people loved it. And so this is why he thought that was going to work, you know. That was a test. Now, what happened was he was in contact with Axl and, you know, that the band and everything to be that guitarist. And so that was the whole point, was that he had done, I guess, the audition and done all the stuff he needed to do. And what actually happened was some stuff happened with Axl where he wasn't ready yet. And Zach's like, well, I've been kind of sitting around doing nothing for a while now, and I need to do something. Zach doesn't really do any, like, he doesn't do nothing. That's the point. Zach he's a workaholic. He doesn't stop touring. He doesn't stop making albums. He never stops. If he's not doing something with Black Label, he's doing something with Ozzy, he's doing something with somebody else. He works. So the point was, if they weren't going to do something right now, he was going to do something. And the rest is history. Axl wasn't ready. I think 2 months later, he contacted him again. He said, well, too late now. I've already got things in motion we're starting this band called Black Label Society. We're gonna be kicking that off soon. We got the you know, a bunch of the guys are excited about the stuff I'm writing and blah 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 blah, and the rest is history. Zach decided to, you know, basically he started putting out Book of Shadows. He did Pride and Glory was really the first band that he did that put out an album, I think. That was Pride and Glory, I think was the name of the band, right? Or was that still Black Label? But anyway, he put that out, I think, as Zach Wilde presents Pride and Glory. And A Horse Called War people were like, yeah, it's so good. But then, like, the quality was just trash. Just overwashed with lots of bass and just, it was so weird. Almost like he was trying to go grunge, but at the wrong time. And it was ill received. And he did this a second time, I think, with Book of Shadows, and then it just dropped off. That was the whole point, was he was going to be in Guns N' Roses. But he decided to do those other things. And the rest is history. They called up Slash. Obviously, Slash did it and filled in just fine. But yeah, imagine if Zach ended up writing half the shit that he wrote for Black Label Society and Ozzy. You know, like imagine if Osmosis had become Guns N' Roses instead of. I don't know what to think about that, you know? It's like, I think about stuff like that. It's like, I'm glad it worked out the way it did. Osmosis was so perfect. I love that album. That is like perfect metal in my opinion. I loved it. Perry Mason was so good. Thunder Underground was so good. Old LA Tonight. One of my favorite songs in general on that album. Just period. True story. That's what happened. And then, I mean, obviously Zach and Slash are friends. They did a guitar duel on stage a couple times. Yeah. Well, that's just it. He was never in a band people recognized, except for Ozzy, and Ozzy's a solo act. That's the truth of the fact. But he is so strong as a stage presence and a solo act. I think that's why Ozzy had to say bye for a while. And you can tell Zach didn't want anybody to sort of think ill of Ozzy for doing that. So he sort of just said it in a kind of a funny way. When they got Gus G, Zach didn't even know. Ozzy kind of does things a little weird sometimes. It's more Sharon than him, because she's his manager. She sort of doesn't tell people things. She sort of just kind of does them and they find out. So, like, for example, they stole Rob Zombie's drummer one time when he was on tour. Yeah, they just offered him more money and the guy left. Not cool. So, I love Ozzy, but sometimes Sharon does those things. So that's what happened there. Zach didn't even know. And of all people to not know about you, can you imagine his heart like just dropping when he hears this from an interviewer? So we hear that Ozzy has a guitarist named Gus G for blah 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 blah, and he's like, well, it's news to me, or something like that, you know. So basically, what happened was they did eventually talk, and Zach's really easy to go with. Very easy. So he just sort of joking around about it. He was like, well, what they did was they sat me down and they said, you know, that mom and dad, you know, they sat me down and they, you know, Sharon and I, they said, you know, they said, well, Zachy boy, you've been living in mom and dad's basement for too long. It's time to go out on your own. And, you know, you've been mooching off us for too long. It's time to go out and... That's the way he said it. So, it was all let bygones be bygones, and people didn't really like Gus G's stuff anyway. You probably don't even, a lot of people don't even remember what it was. It was one of his least sold albums. The very moment the album came out, everyone was like, yeah, we wish Zach was back. He didn't hold a very high stage presence. Everybody admits Gus G is an excellent guitarist. Fireone's a great band. Just, he's not Zakk Wylde. Zakk Wylde was the continuation of Ozzy. He was the perfect combination of Tony Iommi, Jakey Lee, Randy Rhoads, he's the perfect combination of that. And then you're just gonna get rid of that for Gus G. That doesn't make any sense. So like it was just a thing where I truly think Zach demanded such a strong stage presence at the time, and Ozzy was getting older, and Zach was still looking the way he was looking. So just in comparison, it was a marketing thing, I think. Yeah, I think people noticed that concert live at Budokan. That was the last one. Robert Trujillo from Metallica was still with Ozzy at the time. Robert Trujillo actually played in Black Label Society too. He's Metallica's drummer. He's been Metallica's bassist since Saint Anger. He's been their bassist since Saint Anger. And he's one hell of a bassist. He was in Black Label Society. He was in Ozzy. That was the band he was in. So this is when I think people started to realize his band was starting to perform stronger than him, and so like it just, I think it played at like the strings of the marketing of things. Basically, he has to hold a strong stage presence compared to these people if he's a solo act. And so yeah, like Mike Borden on drums too. You had Zach Wilde, Robert Trujillo, and Mike Borden. Mike Borden was the drummer from Faith No More. For those who don't know who Mike Borden is, that guy is top tier. One of the best in the world. Faith No More. You know, Epic and all that. We Care a Lot. Yeah, this guy came from legends. And that's the point. Him, Zach Wilde, and literally Robert Trujillo, who's been with Metallica since he traded with Oz. They traded with Ozzy. Yeah. People were really starting to know it, and I noticed that was the whole point. Ozzy was all bent over the whole time. He sounded good, but it was sort of kind of funny, you know. I loved it though. I loved Budokan. One of my favorite parts of Budokan was when some woman throws their hat on stage and Ozzy just puts a woman's hat on, and I think that was funny enough. But then the funniest, most hilarious part of that was when he turns to the left and stands in front of Zach doing his Ozzy thing, waiting for Zach to look at him. And I shit you not, this Zach is so good. He didn't even stop playing. He didn't miss a note. He genuinely did a double take while looking at Ozzy and didn't stop playing. Didn't skip a beat. His hand just did the thing it was supposed to do. It was honestly, it told me everything I needed to know about his skill level. Because, like, that's the point, is like, Ozzy puts the hat on, and he's like, yeah, so he walks over to Zach, and he's just standing there like this, waiting, just standing in front of Zach, and Zach's just into the song, and all of a sudden he looks up for half a second, and it just goes like this. He's like, and starts laughing his ass off, all while playing. Double take, laughs his ass off, and then adds a little flair for Ozzy's little hat. It was amazing. That's the kind of performer Zach is. He can have a good time. That's what I like to see. That's a performer. You know, that's somebody that you know as a professional. They're not there just to make the money. They're there because they like doing what they want to do. They actually like doing it, you know. I love seeing him play with Ozzy. He just has a good time. Yeah, patient number 9. I'm glad he brought that up. That was really dark. Jeff Beck actually did that song in particular, but the other songs on the album that Zach did with him, oh my god, they were so good. They were dark too. Like, Ozzy proved he can still come out with a dark, gritty album. It was good. Yeah, that Patient Number 9 song was pretty dark. Yeah, that was Jeff Beck, that one. Jeff Beck's great, though. But yeah, Zach's. I obviously am partial to Zach's songs instead. I will admit that Patient Number 9 though is solid. That is a solid single. I just prefer like I Don't Want to Stop and like that sound better. I like melodic stuff and I like pentatonic scales too. And Zach is the king of pentatonics. Dude will sit there and shred on an acoustic guitar, all while chicken picking it. Yeah, he's looking like Biden. That's what I was laughing at, dude, when you said that. That was so funny. Have you ever heard of a band called Annihilator? I play a song by them on channel sometimes when I am annihilating people in games. And it's literally called Annihilator. So the song is Annihilator by Annihilator. Fucking love it. It's one of the most epic riffs I've ever heard. I honestly think this band was the true inspiration for Black Label Society. You can't even deny that like their music sounds a hell of a lot like Black Label Society. And they were before them. No, I think Zach does listen. Zach listened to like Stone Temple Pilots, and he really did listen to like modern stuff like that. Yeah, Zach appreciates everything. But yeah, like the metal stuff that he listens to, yeah, like Annihilator, ZZ Top. ZZ Top was a big one too. Big influence. That was the image. So it's a ZZ Top image, but instead of fuzzy, instead of white and fuzzy, it's black and leather, and with that sort of Annihilator sound, or like basically heavy grungy '90s metal sound, grungy but metal, originally, like Rust and all that, but he really did modernize that sound. It sounds great. Tyler, what's up, man? Hey, Tyler. Tyler's in the house. Good to see you, man. How are you? Man, we've been going so long, I don't even know what time it is. Before I knew it, I was talking for 5 hours. You guys just keep me talking. Yeah. I love music, though. I think that's obvious. Dude, time flies. It really does. Should I just open this? I haven't opened this yet. Even though I've heard all of I've heard it a million times. Out of respect, I got it because, I love them, and I've been listening to the music nonstop, so, ever since it came out, so. But, like, I got it when it, like, first came out and everything, and I just, like, because, like, it's on, like, YouTube and all that other stuff, I haven't really needed to put the CD in yet. Luxy Turner! Luxy Turner! Oh, yeah! That song probably has like the laziest Metallica solo of all time. Good song. Basic solo. If I'm being critical. Because, like, alright, here's the deal. I don't mind, like, simple solos, but if they're going to be simple, don't be doing your, like, little Kirk Hammett tricks and stuff to try to make it sound like it's, you know what I mean? Like, that's the point. He does, like, the little tricks and stuff. And, well, it's just like a trick, you know? He's, like, trying to, like, make it sound a certain way and stuff like that. But, yeah, that solo is just, like, full of, like filler and stuff like that. It's not like one, that's for sure. Death Magnetic was probably one of my favorites. This one was good too. Hardwired. One of my favorites. One of my favorites. Hardwired to self-destruct. Probably, alright, so I'd have to say Atlas Rise. Yeah, I liked that one. Atlas Rise! I liked that one. I liked Moth into Flame too. If you guys never saw it, there was an awards show that they did where they performed a song live, and they actually did Moth into Flame with Lady Gaga. And it's a shame because it was so good. Oh, that's funny because that was the first one